music. Aduh, udah. Terus Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our seminar will be starting promptly. I would like to invite my colleague, Miss Elok. Are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here, Ibuani. How are you?
How are you? So staying healthy and safe, yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
you too.
We didn't expect that Omicron is taking another big hit in Indonesia, but yeah,
Yes,
stay optimistic. That's why we cannot be in one room today, in one place today. However, it will not reducing the interesting part of the seminar. Okay, so let's greet the audience and our speakers today, Bu Elok.
yes. For the opening speech, now we have Bapak Profesor, Dr. Ahmad Ponit, ADMA, Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya.
Okay, but before we will listen first to our national anthem Indonesia Raya and also prayers. And I would like to proudly welcome everyone to the World Conference Erasmus Plus program MONNET Activity 2022 with title Information and Communication Technology in the Infrastructure and Transport of EU Countries. Okay, so now I think it's the time for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Okay, continuing, we would like to invite our honored colleague, Mr. Isradi from Mercubuana University, Jakarta, to lead the prayers to start the event today. Please, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day. Let's bow our heads for a moment, pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that this World Conference will run smoothly. Allow me to lead the prayer at this international conference in an Islamic way, for non-Muslim can adjust to their respective beliefs. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'mahu yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li zalali wa ajikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah. Rabbi firli wali walidayya warhamhuma kama rabbiyani shighara. Ya Allah ya arhamar rahimin. Today we are gathered here for a world conference and parallel session discussing how to make the best contribution to our country and our university. So ya Allah, make our event a success, bless it, and fill this meeting with kindness from beginning to the end. Forgive our parents, our teacher, our lecturer, our keynote speaker, and all the participants who are here. Open our minds and give us bright ideas for the advancement of us and our university. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahul qawli. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah. Allahumma inna as'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan thayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghafar ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and stay healthy.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Miss Elok, please join me back. Thank you, Pak Isradi.
Thank you, Pak Isradi.
Okay, so to open our seminar today, we will have a unique event to pre-start the event, which is the MOU signing, yeah, Bu Elok? Okay, now I will give the stage for you to announce it.
Yeah. Okay, before that, maybe I would like to invite first our rector, Ibu Ani, for the opening speech.
Okay. Pak Sri Wibowo Mujanarko, are you there, Pak? He is on the way to Tasikmalaya today, I heard. So I hope he can join with us.
Oh, okay. So maybe we haven't joined this Zoom yet, Ibu Ani. So maybe we can for opening speech from Bapak Agus Sukocho first.
Okay, so I would like to invite Dr. Agus Sukocho, STMM, the head of Master of Management Narotama University, to convey an opening speech for the seminar. Pak Agus, please.
Okay. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Good morning. We feel very happy for the holding of the conference, which will held today and tomorrow, 18 and 19 February 2022. Before we start this conference, we would like to say a big thanks to all of you who are sincerely committed to making this event a success. This event would not be possible without the support of everyone present here. The conference is supported by the several universities, institutions, and industries, especially the very large support from the ERASMUS program, MONNET Activity 2022, and Ruden University. The topic of the seminar are information and communication technology in the infrastructure and transport of EU countries, green economy, blue economy, and digital economy. We would like to thank the keynote speaker who supported today's conference, the committees, lecturers, students, and all seminar participants. We hope that this conference will provide many benefits, increase knowledge, experience, and build a broad network to able to collaborate widely. May Allah SWT, Almighty God, give us safety, protection, health, and give us the blessing of knowledge that we have. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have another speech. This time is coming from the rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya. I would like to welcome Dr. Ahmad Konit, ADMA, and we will also witness the MOU signing between Narotama University and Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya. Okay, Bu Elok, I would like you to conduct the event, please, for this MOU signing.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Ani. So, Bapak Ahmad Konit, are you with us right now?
Iya, terima kasih.
Yeah.
Selamat pagi. Good morning.
Yes. Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished speakers. Happy to meet you in this lovely evening. I hope you are in good health and condition, and may Allah Subhanahu wa Taala give His bless for all of us. Amin. In this opening ceremony, we will have MOU signing between Narotama University and Muhammadiyah University Tasikmalaya, and the Memorandum of Understanding of Development of Friendly Cooperation and Mutual Interest in Fostering Programs of Academic and Scholarly Exchanges, and for the purpose of establishing a long-term mutually beneficial association. So this Memorandum of Understanding will be signed in virtual by desk to desk. So I would like to invite Bapak Rektor of Muhammadiyah University Tasikmalaya, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Konit ADMA, and also I'm sorry, I have information that Bapak Sriwiwoho Mujanarko have right now is not in a good condition, so he can't join in the Zoom. So I will invite Bapak Ihsan.
Okay, well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Bapak Ihsan. So the MOU signing is ready to take place. Okay. And Bapak Dr. Ahmad Koni, please sign the MOU.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yeah. Okay. To capture this moment, please hold the MOU paper and face it to the camera for us to take a picture together. And for the operator, please make both picture of the MOU signing. Okay. Already take. Once again, Bapak Ahmad Koni, please hold the paper of MOU. We will take a picture.
Oh, situ ya.
Yes, hold the paper. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, the operator, are you ready? Okay, sudah. Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Koni and Bapak Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan as a representative, our rector today. So, for the next is we will welcome Bapak Dr. Ahmad Koni ADMA to have a speech. So, Bapak Ahmad, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man tabi'ahum ma ba'du. My Honorable Rector Narotama University, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko, STMT IPM, Vice Rector Narotama University, Chairman World Conference, Mr. Dr. M. Ihsan Setiawan, STMT, Headmaster Management Narotama University, Mr. Dr. Agus Sukoco, STMM, Head of Bachelor Management Narotama University, Iputu Artaya SAMM, all speakers, all participants, all teachers and students in this forum. First of all, let's pray to our God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us some mercies and blessings so we can attend and gather in this place in good condition and happy situation. Secondly, may my peace be upon Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, our prophet, his family and companion and his followers who have always faithfully followed in the footsteps of his struggle. Furthermore, I would like give my respect and highest appreciation and gratitude to Rector Narotama University and Vice Rector and Headmaster Management and all chairman in Narotama University have give invitation for us to contribute and to sign memorandum understanding in this morning. I hope that this collaboration can continue with various activities that strengthen the implementation of Three Dharma tasks: education, teaching, research, and community service. As my deep respect and appreciation to this conference, allow me to convey a little point of view on the theme today's conference. Allow me to share screen. This is a little point of view for my idea. I give the title Islamic Green Economy. In this latest century, the world is faced with three disruptions: global warming, industrial revolution 4.0, and COVID-19 pandemic. This disruption has affected the entire fabric of human life and civilization, political, economy, socio-cultural, including education in it. Historically, these disruptions are actually interconnected with one another. Global warming occurs in a cumulative stage. As tidak kelihatan ya. Bisa dihilangkan ya. Kelihatan. Historically, these disruptions are actually interconnected with one another. Global warming occurs in a cumulative stage as the impact of human civilization, which began since the Industrial Revolution 1.0 in 19th century until now. Revolution 4.0 is the continuation, and the COVID-19 pandemic is an inseparable part of the dynamic of this latest civilization. The idea of a green economy with its ESG remind us of the process of developing a philosophy of science that has crystallized into ontology, epistemology, and axiology as a reflection of the impact of the creation of war technology that coincide with the nature of human greed, namely increasing effectiveness of colonialization, which led to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Green economy is a kind of axiology in the philosophy of science. The strengths of the ethical moral value can consider good and bad, and benefits and tradition. The formulation, boundaries, and standards that are part of governance are responsible for the preservation or sustainability of the universe, environment, and human or social. As a strength of ethical moral values, the green economy has the potential to receive great support from force other than the world of science and its scientific community, namely the strength of religious moral value and religious communities who are adherents. The moral value of religion, which are in the deepest faculty, the moral value of religion, which are in the deepest faculty of human consciousness or heart, have a very big impetus to build a life-saving civilization. The tendency of modern society to religious moral value or spirituality make this potential even bigger. The central message of Islam is rahmatan lil alamin, love for all nature. As the Quran say, and we have not sent you, Muhammad, but to be a mercy for the whole world. The semantic field of mercy contained in the word Rahman include in Surah Ar-Rahman and Surah Al-Mulk. First, governance or religion and science. Two, social or al-insan, human. Three, environment. Sab'a samawat, or heaven and earth. The strength of the message of the Quran lies in. First, the message is contained in the first verse of the first surah of the Quran, namely Basmalah. Precisely is the word Ar-Rahman. Two, Muslims are required to say Basmalah at the beginning of every job. This means that every job must guarantee these three things: environment, social, and government, ESG. There are books of Islamic value related to the environment or ecology. For example, eco-terrorism, building an environmental jurisprudence paradigm from Professor Muhammad Abdurrahman, West Java Provincial Library and Archive Service. Second, thematic interpretation of the Quran on environmental conservation from Ministry of Religion of the Republic Indonesia, 2012. Islamic green economy. The Quran explicitly offers, "O you who believe, shall I sow a thread that can save you from a painful torment? That is, you believe in Allah and His Messenger, and strive or struggle in the way of Allah with your wealth and your soul." Of course, fight and jihad, or strive or struggle, here refer to central message of Al-Islam or Al-Quran, namely Rahmatan lil Alamin, love for all nature, the universe or environment, and human or social. Thank you very much for your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Ahmad Konit, for your opening speech and about your presentation today. So I will give you the certificate, and for the operator, can you please open the slide for the certificate for Bapak Ahmad Konit. Yes, this is certificate of appreciation. This certificate is proudly present to Dr. Ahmad Konit, ADMA, Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya. Ya, nanti saya we will change this. We will review about this. I'm sorry for the mistakes. For the opening keynote speaker in the World Conference ERASMUS Program Jamone Activity 2022. And once more, the certificate. Yes, there's two.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Only one? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we will show once more, Ibu Ani. Wait.
Okay.
Okay. Yang itu tadi kan? Okay, maybe we can show the certificate later. Thank you once again, Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya, Dr. Ahmad Konit. And for the next speech, for the next speech,
we will, I think, enter the main menu of the seminar. Yeah, so we have keynote speeches, and now we will enter the main menu. But I would like to remind everybody that we will have another MOU signing later on with our colleague from Pakistan, and therefore I would like to hold Pak Iksan there. Stay where you are, please, because I will be calling you again to have the ceremony later on at around 10:30 p.m. Okay. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Bu Elok, are we ready for the main menu of the seminar today?
Okay. Yes, we are ready.
Okay. So, who is our first speaker? He is our long colleague. He is very competent. He is a guest lecturer before in Narotama University, I still remember. Very competent also in management. Can you please announce, Ibu?
Yes, we will invite Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Bon from University Tun Hussein On Malaysia, UTHM. Please, Prof. Talib.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Waalaikumsalam. How are you, Prof?
Fine. Long time. I think almost 2 years.
Yeah, almost 2 years.
Can visit to Narotama.
Yeah, we are looking forward for your next visit after Corona, Prof. We are hoping that this pandemic is already finished. Okay, so I would like to invite now our moderator for this session, Bapak Joko Suyono PhD. Are you here with us?
Yeah, Bu Ani, I'm with you.
Okay, good morning, Pak. Looking so fresh today. Okay, so the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so we can start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first I call Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Ipon. Yeah. So, how are you, Prof? Dr. Talib, how are you?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Joko.
The last time I met you at Taman Safari, I think. Yeah. So at that time, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. We hope that the pandemic will be finished and we can come again together with us in Surabaya also. Okay, Prof. Now you can make your presentation. Yeah. Your time is yours. Yeah, about 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Can manage my slide?
Yes, operator, please share the screen.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all the participants, especially to Bapak Rektor, Pak Iwan, Pak Ihsan, Pak Agus, and Pak Joko, and Bu Ani, Bu Elok, and all the committees for this conference. I think this one is the second time or third time we did this conference through the virtual conference. And thank you very much to Universitas Narutama to invite me one of the keynote speaker for this conference. Okay, so because our time is a bit limited, I think around the 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so I would like to share my presentation today, discussing on the what is a teaching factory. Okay, so this teaching factory is the new paradigm. Okay, new paradigm, which is this one is how we collaborate between the education and then the industry. And then this one is how the important the teaching factory paradigm here, because we trying to give the solution or the solve problem to the industry. Okay, maybe about the we can try from the theory to practice, and then we can observe what the problem we can solve to the industry, and then we can learn about the what the work in teams. Okay, and then we can work together with the industry to come out the real problem. Okay, and then this one is a very important to the student, because the student can learn the real situation and then the real environment in the industry, and then we can transfer to our classroom. Okay, the benefit is back to the student, because this one is a collaboration from the industry, and then the university is very important. I think most of the university, they already give some priority, okay, because all the collaboration in the program should be involving with the industry. Okay, next. Okay, this one is what we can look at about this the situation on the teaching factory, because teaching factory for the information. For your information, in Malaysia is very new, okay, and then for the industrials come into the university. I think only my university, UTHM, we already implement since 2016, and then this one is which is we invite the industry come into our campus, and then we provide the facilities, real facilities like the real industry in the outside. Yeah? Okay, this one is what we can look about this teaching factory, because in this I just choose for this one of the activity in the furniture industry, because in For example, in our university, we have the teaching factory for the furniture, and then teaching factory in the oil and gas, and then teaching factory in information technology and computing. This one is I just choose for the examples, okay, for the furniture industry. Because teaching factory is this one is a two-way knowledge communication channel between the industry and then the university. Okay, next. Okay, so this one is what the important in the teaching factory. This one is we trying to do the two modes of the learning process. Okay, because nowadays I think it's very popular. Not enough for the classroom, but we must change our education base more to the work-based learning. Okay, work-based learning means the situation might be in our curriculum. Maybe we can change 3 years in the university and 1 year in the industry. Okay, this one is what we already practice in this our university. Okay, factory to classroom is this which is the student in the classroom at the knowledge as a receivers. On the industry side, technology is introduced and present the real shop floor problems, and then student project are launched on the basis of the shop floor problems. So for this factory to classroom, actually the real project from the industry, the operation and then the running of the project is based on the student. Student will participate in the production in industry. And then how we can do the laboratory to factory. Okay, technologies at the industry side as the knowledge as a receivers. And then academic facility provide the test bed for presenting and demonstrating the research result. And then what the problem we can solve all the new solution based on the problem to industry. And then this one is come out from our investigation on the basis of this result. Okay, next. Okay, so this one is how we can run this collaboration between the industry and university when we practice the teaching factory, or what we call the work-based learning here. Okay, which is all the, for example, okay, for the industrial projects, this one is from the industry. For example, they need some of the solution. Okay, for example, they want to solve the problem on the, for example, very simple is a time motion study. Okay, time motion study. So they're trying to reduce numbers of the workers, numbers of the movement of the forklift. Okay, so this one is can come out from our student for their final year project, for example. Okay, so from the final year project, they can maybe for the 2 semesters or 1 semester. So after they finish the research or the investigation, so the student can present what the solution, and then all the solution will be shared to the industry. And then all the patterns, for example, last time we did the final year project based on the design. Okay, so the design is a patent, the patented is from the industry. So it means the university not involved into the patent or the intellectual properties. Okay, next. Okay, the definition, actually this one is what the definition of the teaching factory. The teaching factory is a learning concept, means a factory-based teaching and learning process that refer to the job and workers in the real industrial world. So this one is, for example, maybe the, I think this one is not only the engineering or the technologies program, but we can implement the teaching factory, all the courses, all the courses. For example, the management course, the business course, accounting. So this one is not any boundaries. Okay. So actually, the teaching factory we duplicate from the teaching hospital. Okay, teaching hospital, for example, from the all the medicine student must go to the practice, and then they provide the facilities, the real facilities like the real hospital at the outside. So this one is what the similarity between the teaching factory and then the teaching hospital. I think teaching hospital or the university, they must have their teaching hospital. So means for the coming or the future plan, maybe the teaching factory must have all the university. For example, I think in Germany they already did these concepts, okay, and then they in the France, okay, for example, when we visit to the Toulouse University, they have the Airbus factory. Okay, just imagine the Airbus factory for the manufacture for the Airbus the aircraft. This one is they developed in the university campus. Okay, so this one is I think is a very good collaboration between the university and the aviation industry. Okay, and then the next one. Okay, this one is because for this teaching factory, we already moved to the what we call the IR 4.0. Okay, IR 4.0, all the facilities we already developed, which is we already bought the facility, for example, the 3D printer, okay, and then the IoT, okay, Internet of Things, and then the cyber security, okay, and then for that facilities we must equip, okay, to make sure our teaching factory is follow the industrial revolution 4.0. And then for example, nowadays we have our AR VR, okay, and then we already provide the QA vision, okay, means for the examples the industry don't need to have to employ the quality inspectors, but when we using the QA vision, so everything for the check the quality of the product based on the QA vision. This one is very advanced in the technology. Okay, next. Okay, and then for this, what the driver for the IR 4.0, this one is actually we have the pyramid for the IR 4.0 technology driver from the cognition, the conversion, the cyber cognition, and configuration. So this one is from the, for example, the connection, we must provide our facility with the IoT, IOP, simulation, augmented reality or AR, and then for the conversion, we must provide the system integration, cyber, we must provide also about our platform, the cyber security and cryptocurrency, and cognition is the most of the very important in the IR 4.0. Okay, we must have the artificial intelligence, big data analytics, simulation and modeling and configuration. Okay, so this one is what the pyramid for the IR 4.0 technology driver. Okay, next. Okay, so now we can look at for the one of the example when we develop our IR 4.0 in our factory for the work-based learning process. Okay, so I choose one of our facilities is what we call the quality assurance in the vision system. Okay, next. Okay, this one is what the facilities we provide in this our when we using the QA vision, we must integrate with the conveyor, and then we have our robot arms. Okay, this one is when the situation when we develop our IR 4.0 in our teaching factory. Okay, next. Okay, this one is what all the system to our part for the installation, and then we make our commissioning at utilization. Okay, next. Okay, so this one is a video. Maybe please click for the video. Okay. This one is how the QA system working in this our teaching factory. Okay, this one is the system of the QA system. Okay, they can detect either the product is in the control or the out of the control. Either the product is can accept or reject. So this one is okay. For example, have the pallet now. Okay, move to the robot. Okay, so the QA vision detect this one part is reject. Okay, no. Okay, this one means the quality of the part of the product is not accepted. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, please put the okay. Okay, this one is the our full system for the QA vision, which is will integrate with the robot arm and conveyor system. Okay. Okay, you can look at about the function of the robot arms. Okay, which is the robot arm will pick up the okay, the sample of the product. Okay, and then they put if the part, okay, either the part is in the accepted or rejected. Yeah. Okay, this one is based on the information from the QA vision. Okay, the camera capture the quality surface of the product, and then we can determine the product is either there is no any defect or have the defects. Okay. Okay, next slide. Okay, and then what the benefits? What the benefit to the university and furniture industry actually when we set up our vision system? Okay, next slide. Okay, first, what the objective for this quality assurance or for the vision system? This one can replace human vision inspection because the human is not very accurate compared the machines. And then the overcome the issue of the long hours human inspection, which have caused the human made error. Because when the operator is too long working, so we we can detect the some error. The human error will be we can found. Again, then and then the reduce the human error due to the unforeseen circumstances like the tired after long hours of working, emotional disturbance, and then the disturbance, and then environment disturbance. So this one is all the human factors. And then we can optimize our inspection control consistency. So for the benefit, when we using this QA vision, we can find the inspection accuracy and capacity is increased. To optimize the productivity consistency, we can optimize the quality consistency, and then to optimize the control consistency. And then this one is a flexibility for the production planning and scheduling. Okay. And then the high skilled workers will be trained and trained. And then very important for this QA vision, the knowledge-based economy and business environment, which is we can reduce the human we no need to employ to lot of the numbers of the workers. Okay, next. Okay, this one is what the weekend recommendation to the furniture industry. Okay, because we implement this QA vision, this one for the furniture industry. So the next one. Okay, so what we can propose, okay, to the industry, okay, which is the industry will be can involve in the high volume of the productivity, okay, unlimited, because when you're using the automation system, for example, we using the robot arms and then the fully operating for the conveyor and then the QA vision. So it means we can do this high volume and the high productivity. And then the factory would own high numbers of the production workers, and then factory who involve of the heavy load work tasks and involve of the hazard working environment. And then the factory who involve of the unpleasant working environment, and then this one they can, because when we have this equipment means we can working in the hot environment, the dust environment and smelly environment. Okay, so I think that's all from my presentations. Okay, so thank you very much for your attentions, and then thanks again to all the committee members, okay, to give the opportunity to me to present today conference. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Talib. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. I have some question for you, Prof. So hopefully that you are ready to answer this question. Prof, okay, we agree that you were talking about what you say, campus and industry. Yeah? So new paradigm in the campus and industry. So this is government program or just campus program?
Okay, the program. Okay, actually this program, this one is a academic program.
Academic program.
Yeah, academic program for the bachelor degree. So now in UTSM especially, and then the other university, I think we now we more focused to the program in the engineering technology. Yeah, engineering technology, which is we must have the strong collaboration with the industry. So mean the engineering technologies, I think this one very popular in Germany lah. Yeah, Pak Joko.
Yeah.
Maybe in Indonesia, I'm not sure lah whether this one is already done this program, because engineering technology, I think in Germany since more than 100 years ago they implement, which is we not produce the academic theory engineers, okay, but we trying to produce the practical engineers, okay. So hands-on engineers means the curriculum is we change 60-40 to 40-60, 40 in theory and 60 in practice. So this one is what we more to concern about this teaching factory. I think the concept in the teaching factory in Indonesia a bit different. Okay, when I look about this, for example, the polytechnic manufacture in Bandung, okay, and then the few polytechnic, for example, polytechnic perkapalan in Surabaya, okay. So I think a bit different of this program, okay. But very advantage to the student, they can get their degree, and then at the same time they can get the certificate from the competency certificate from the industry, which is they work in the teaching factory.
Okay, Prof. So in the teaching factory, Prof, so what is the response from the factory itself when there are some students would like to take the apprentice in the factory? Especially I would like to ask in the Malaysia condition, not in Indonesia. The response of the factory.
Okay, the response, because I think in Malaysia, when we compare the ASEAN country, I think it is very easy to compare ASEAN country, and then when we compare Australia, okay, and then Western country in Europe, I think the gaps, okay, the gap between the university and industry is still a big gap, okay. So not easy to invite industry come into the university. This one is a very big problem. Okay. But we trying to convince to the industry what the benefit they can get when they can collaborate with the industry. For example, they can get our graduate, and then they graduate to direct working to this industry, and then the R&D actually we will support. Okay, we can support to the industry based on the research and development. Okay, and then this one is I think very beneficial, Pak Joko, when we have some close collaboration with the industry. Not the one way, but this one is a two-way benefits.
Okay, Prof. So I talk in Indonesia also, yeah, because like this, some industry actually, okay, we allowed some students take the apprentice in the industry, but sometimes they're also afraid. It has happened also in the company where I work. I accept student for the apprentice about 6 months, but the student take the picture and so on, and then upload in the YouTube, and so our competitor know about the secret of the company, how to handle for this problem. This is the company afraid is like this. I'm afraid that my secret will be uploaded online by the student take apprentice in my company. So this is one of the what the company afraid of apprenticement is like this. So what do you think of this and how to handle of this?
Okay, so I think the big problem when the pandemic, okay, within the 2 years, okay. So the industry, most of the industry close to not allowed students come into the industry, and then have some boundaries, and then the many regulation student must be follow. So I think it's a very big problem during the pandemic. But for the after this end of the pandemic, maybe maybe we change to the endemic. So I think it's this one is no any problem. Okay, I think for the what Pak Joko said, okay, because the apprentice, the program, student must hands-on. This they must do the job, hands-on jobs. Okay, not only enough through the YouTube or the video. Okay, I think it's not enough, or the TikTok. Okay, this one is the what we concern about the program, because in Malaysia, okay, we have some bit of the problem when there is a pandemic situation, because our program, for example, the professional program, example, for the engineering program, this one is an accreditation from the Institute in Engineers Malaysia. So this one is when the practical is not enough based on the hours practical. This one is this one is a big problem when the student will be graduates. Okay, because for example, if the subject needs for practical is 3 hours for the one subject, so we must follow our syllabus and then our curriculum. So this one is what I think, Pak Joko. Okay,
Yes.
this one is when we talk about this apprentice during the pandemic, I think it's very tough. Okay, very tough to implement this program, apprentice program to our student. Actually, in this, I think not only the Malaysia, but in the Indonesia, when the pandemic, all the student apprentice for the 6 months, for one semester. So some of the most of the company not allowed, and then the apprentice program is, I think, is a fail. Okay, this one is what my observation.
Okay, Prof. Still continue, yeah. Prof, like this. So there is also apprentice online, also in Indonesia. Some company also accept about the apprentice online. So what do you think about the apprentice online? Is it effective or not?
I think
in
it's not
in your
effective.
opinion?
I think it's not effective. Okay. For example, for the welding work, welding, the very simple welding.
Yeah.
I think welding you must have your skill, your hands-on skill. Okay, not through the YouTube, not follow the YouTube. Okay, I think this one is a student must have the real feel, do this welding practical. This one is one of the example.
Yeah, so it is not effective. So it is for the
yeah.
technical, but for the other field, something like marketing, something also like human resource, is it also not effective in apprentice online, according to you, bro?
I think for the maybe for the management might be the general management. I think it's still can be accepted. Okay, apprentice by online. Okay. But for the accounting, for the marketing, I think this one the student needs the exposure. I think the real exposure. Okay, for the marketing, for example, how they can do their sales. Okay, this one is the same with for example, for the entrepreneurship. Okay, for the entrepreneur subject, entrepreneurship subject. So they must go to the outside. Okay, to collect the how to deal with the customer to the client, and then how they can do their sales. Okay, and then from that they can monitor how the performance based on the sales. So this one is through all the not enough through the YouTube or the online. I think this one is needs the practicals at the outside. Okay.
Pak Joko, we have question in the Zoom chat.
Okay, in the Zoom chat. So, okay, Prof, let's see the question in the Zoom chat, Prof. Okay.
Yeah,
this is from Agus from Agus Sukoco, Prof. Yeah, the headmaster of management in Narutuama University. So the question is like this: how long do students take teaching factory lesson at UTHM? And do the students produce products that are ready to be sold in the wider market or produce prototype product? So what do you think, Bro?
Okay, which question?
Okay, I repeat the question. The question from the Bagus Kojon.
Based on the chat.
Yeah. So this is in the Zoom chat. How long do students take teaching factory lesson at UTHM? So talking how long actually for the teaching factory lesson?
So based on this question, normally for this this one isn't based on the subject, Okay, so if normally for the subject needs the 3 hours per week. Okay, means a student must attach to the teaching factory 3 hours per week, for example. Okay, this one is according to the how many hours. Okay, how many hours, contact hours. Okay, in the syllabus. Okay, and then for the internship, normally they can attach at the teaching factory for the 1 semester, because for our program, there are internship for the 1 semester, and then student can work at the teaching factory for the 1 semester. But for the subject is depending on the how many hours they must sit for the teaching factory. Okay, based on the syllabus. I think there's not any limitation actually.
And then after taking for the teaching in the factory, do the student produce product or just make the prototype, Prof?
Okay, so actually for the teaching factory's concept, when the student do the practical in the teaching factory, so all the supervision not from the lecturers, okay, not the lecturers from the university, but the supervisor from the supervision is from the industrial supervisor. We must appoint them as a supervisor, and then the supervisor will be the marking for the reports, okay, and then all the assessment come out from the supervisor. So means the lecturer not involved in the teaching factory learning. So in theory, maybe in the classroom is okay, but when they go to teaching factory process, okay, everything from the industry. So so from that from industry, normally we appoint the very experienced supervisor, okay, and then they have I think a long experience, might be the 15 years in industry or 20 years in industry. Okay, so the supervisor will guide student and then give what the assessment should be give to the student.
Okay, Rob. Another question from the student of Nartama University. It's like this. Yeah. Suppose in the civil engineering, what can the program take in the teaching factory?
Okay, I think for this
civil engineering.
Yeah. Okay, for the civil, I think for the engineering, I think it's a very easy. Okay, to this develop this concept of the teaching factory. Okay, maybe for the Narotama. Okay, for example, the student from the Narotama University, maybe the top of management from the Narotama University can invite maybe one of the construction company. Okay. And then the construction company will be set up their maybe for the small plant, okay, the small plant in the Narotama, in the labs, okay, and then from that we can declare this all the operation, okay, of the construction, okay. This one is as a teaching factory, and then they can go outside do their construction. The process of maybe develop the new house, for example. Yeah, so this one is we can categorize as part of the teaching factory, because the student do the real thing at the outside from the campus. Okay, so this one is maybe the supervised Narotama University must be assigned for the one supervisor from that company. Okay, maybe just appoint one company, I think it's just enough. And then Narotama just give provide the space for the operation for the teaching factory from this industry. I think just enough for this for this teaching factory. And then Narotama can claim this one is a teaching factory for the Narotama University. This one is the same when I visit to the polytechnic manufacturer. Okay, this one is they claim the plant as a teaching factory, which is they invite one of the partner from the industry work together for this polytechnic. I think this one is how we can make the MOU and between the Narotama and then the construction company. I think Pak Rector is he well known, yeah, because he worked together with the construction company. I think it's quite easy to deal with this company. Okay, Pak Joko.
Yeah, Rob, talking about the supervisor, as you said that Narotama should prepare about the supervisor when there is a teaching factory. And then can you explain the classification of the supervisor should be provided?
Okay, the supervisor, okay, when we appoint the supervisor from the industry, okay, they must have the very important, they must have the working experience, okay, and then they must know about our syllabus and then curriculum, okay. Maybe for example, for the civil engineering in Narotama, maybe the Narotama can assign one of the professional engineer, okay, or the very experienced contractors from this industry. Okay, we can appoint as the supervisor for this program in the teaching factory. Because I just remind about this supervisor, because when the student do their work in the teaching factory, so means the teaching and learning not from the formal lecturer from the university, but the teaching and learning will be conducted by the industry. Okay, because we not because the student, they already learn too much in the classroom from the lecturers, so we no need to more theory again to the student. That's why we we invite the supervisor from industry, and then they can conduct class to them, and then conduct everything, the practical assessment, and then give the marks, okay, to the student. Okay, this one is very important. This one, when we implement this teaching factory, the collaboration university and the industry should be close relationship. Okay, and then no any bias, and then no any. This one is we need the transparent. What I mean is, because this one is involved with their student CGPA and CPA. Okay, because the grading from the student come out from the industry.
Okay, Rob. Now I would like to ask, if the student take apprentice in the what you call it in the industry in Malaysia, do they get the certificate after finishing the apprenticement?
Yeah, they got the certificate. Okay.
From industry. From
industry. So
okay,
the success this one is maybe for the duration of the program is 6 months. So after 6 months they will get the certificate.
And then, Prof, the industry provide meal and transportation or not in Malaysia?
Some of the company, I think most, not the some, most of the company, they provide the allowance. They pay the allowance. For example, some of the industry, they pay around nearly the 2 million rupiah per month. Okay, 2 million. 2 million rupiah until 3 million rupiah per month. So the allowance will be covered. Some of the company, they provide the accommodation. Okay.
Also.
So, this one is depending how the facilities can be provided from the industry.
And then the regulation in Malaysia, Prof. Should the industry take the apprenticement student in the working shift for the shift 2 or shift 3 or not, or just in the shift 1? Working shift, sometimes working shift in Indonesia contains of 3 shifts. So shift 1, 8 hours, shift 2, 8 hours, and so on. So in Malaysia, is it possible to take the student in the shift 2 or shift 3, not just in shift 1?
Okay, yes, this one is depends on the program, Pak Joko. Some of the program for the internship in the when the student in 3rd year, okay, and then some of the program will be conducted when the student in the 4th year for the last semester, final semester. So this depends, different program, different time for the internship. And then for the information, in Malaysia, some of the company, they receive the foreign student. For example, if they have the student from the Narotama, they can do their apprentice or the internship in the Malaysia industry in Malaysia. I think this one is a long time ago. We already practice. Okay, so not only the Indonesia. Last time I think many from the Europe or from the France, or the Germany, and then Japan, they do their internship in the Japanese company or the Western company in Indonesia. For example, in UTHM, we have a lot of the students from Japan. Okay, they did internship in the Fujitsu and Sharp industry, because this one is not far from the UTSM. I think this one is we can open. We open to the Narotama University, especially if the student interested. Okay, and then I think before pandemic, UTSM received 4 students. Yeah, 4 students from the Pakuan University in Bogor did their internship. Okay, for 6 months in UTSM. Okay, so this one I think is not any problem. Okay, so welcome to Narotama University. If they willing to come to UTSM or the other industry near the UTSM, we can assist. Okay, we can support to the Narotama University.
Okay, thank you. One more question from me. So usually, to protect the company itself, if there is student do the internship or apprenticeship in the company, then the student should have the insurance, especially for the accident insurance. In Malaysia, who will pay the insurance? Students or industry?
Okay, so because the student, when they register first day in UTSM, they already covered with the insurance. Okay, so the insurance will be covered because the student just pay around I think 50 ringgit, 50 ringgit for cover their insurance for their duration study, maybe for 4 years in UTSM. And then when they go to the outside for the internship, so the industry will be covered also. Okay, so 2 parties will be covered, the university cover, and then from the industry will be covered. Because
thank you, Prof. Yeah.
In one case, student have some damage to their finger. The student get I think around the 20,000, around the 5,000 USD. Okay, for the insurance covered. Okay, so but we trying to avoid for any accident during their internship.
Yeah, okay, because this is to protect the company itself. Company is afraid if there is accident, who will cover? That is the problem. That's why it is clear. So company will cover. Yeah, because in Indonesia,
company will be covered.
Yeah, in Indonesia,
and then university will cover also.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because in Indonesia it's quite different. Sometimes the company asks the student pay the insurance itself, but sometimes also the company pay the insurance. That is dependent the policy of the company.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very clear. Very clear. Thank you. So I think it's enough the question from me. Perhaps from the participant. Any question from participants? Ibu Ika Ayu? Yeah. No more question from the participant? Okay, Prof, because the question is quite long and I'm so satisfied with your answer. Thank you for your participation in this conference. So we hope for the next opportunity you can join again with us. Okay, again and again, thank you so much. Yeah. Ibu Elot, the certificate for Prof. Talib.
Okay, please wait.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is the certificate for Professor Abdul Talib as a steering committee and advisory board in the World Conference Erasmus Program MONNET Activity 2022. Once again, thank you very much, and also once more, your certificate in your participation as a keynote speaker. Okay, thank you, Prof. Talib, for your contribution.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Talib. Thank you, Pak Joko. Before we will move on to our next speaker, I would like to announce that Professor Dr. Sheikh Jalina binti Zulkifli from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, and also Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San from Quest Nawab Shah, Pakistan, unfortunately cannot join with us today due to their health condition, but we are looking forward for tomorrow. Maybe especially Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San will be feeling better so that he can join our second day. All right, so Bu Elok, are you here with me?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, so after this, we will have another MOU signing, this time with our colleague from Pakistan, the Government College of Pakistan, but they are still having internet issues. So meanwhile, we can announce to the audience that the link for the presence for today, I think it's already in the chat.
Yes, I think.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum. This is Professor Dr. Tayyib Azari from Pakistan.
Oh, good
There is
morning.
no share the link.
Very good morning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure that Tayyib Azari is already joining us. So I think we are ready for the MOU signing. I would like to invite first our Vice Rector, Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan, to join us with the camera being open, please. Pak Iksan. Okay, please do wait a moment, yeah, because we are inviting our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Narotama University, Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan. Are you already joining us, Pak Iksan? And ladies and gentlemen, the MOU signing will be between Narotama University and Government College University of Hyderabad, Pakistan, under the supervision of most dedicated, charming, and hardworking personality, Professor Dr. Tayyib Azari, as Vice Chancellor. And I would like to share their vision and mission. So their vision is to impart modern, formal, social, ethical, and cultural education to youth in order to develop or nurture leadership for a prosperous Pakistan under the non-discrimination policy. And their mission of the Government College University of Hyderabad, Pakistan, is to develop human resources and imparts quality education in different fields of natural and social sciences. Government College University of Hyderabad faculty is equipped with selfless dedication, commitment, and responsibility to teach with proud of their culture and to uplift an individual and society as a whole. And finally, to contribute for the progress, prosperity, peace, and harmony. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's now follow up again on our Vice Rector. Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan, are you here already?
Okay. Ibu Ani.
Okay. So let's start the MOU because our rector currently is not well. So Prof. Tayyaba, please convey the speech, or you may convey the speech after the signing. So the stage is yours, Professor Tayyaba Azari.
Okay. First, we can sign the MOU and then we can move towards the speech.
Okay, certainly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the MOU signing ceremony. So please, we can have the camera to show the MOU itself. And this cooperation between both universities will be mark a wonderful and various collaboration, not only in academic, but also cultural exchanges between two countries. Okay, can you please show to the camera, Prof? Okay, please do hold, and Pak Iksan, we will take pictures. The operator, please get ready. Okay, then operator?
Yes, we have the picture.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Okay, now please welcome the speech from Professor Tayyib Azari as the Vice Chancellor of Government College University of Hyderabad, Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. His Excellency Dr. Ersiri Vivahu, Director, Narotama University, a distinguished colleague, keynote speakers, and participants. It is a great pleasure to be here on site in the Government College University, Hyderabad, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, to co-host and welcome all the worthy keynote speaker, participants, and distinguished organizers in this World Conference, namely Information and Communication Technology in the Infrastructure and Transport of European Countries. According to the conference topic, it is entirely dedicated in advance to understand the opportunities and challenges arising from a shift to an inclusive field of interest and towards the suitable blue economy for all, but especially for European countries. I would like to congratulate the Government of Indonesia, University of Naratoma, Roden University, and Jane Monnet Activities 2022 for the successful conference proceedings, arrangements, and to give opportunity to collaborate with top universities of the world. Subsequently, I am highly grateful to express our sincere thanks for the warm welcome we have received from University of Naratama to co-organize this World Conference virtually, and we are going to sign, and we have signed officially MOU which will strengthen our research bonding, future collaboration in all technical and non-technical field. Also, I am deeply honored to have been invited to be a part of this panel of distinguished and esteemed keynote speakers and experts. Today, I would like to present a few thoughts related to the communication technology, ICT, over the past 2 decades, and which has encouraged an increasing number of researchers to examine and measure the impact of this technology on economic growth in the perspective of green, blue, and digital economy. The major effect report and use in ICT infrastructure is purely based on economic growth in the European Union countries for a period of 18 years. The estimation techniques impact significantly, and the various indicators of ICT infrastructure affect economic growth with the passage of time. This conference topic includes some macroeconomics control variables of overcome the flaws of digital economy and technology infrastructure. Using ICT infrastructure on economic growth in the member states, but the magnitude of the consequences diverge depending on the type of technology examined. Regarding the impact of macroeconomic factors, our estimates indicates that inflation rate, unemployment rate, the degree of trade openness, government expenditures, and foreign direct investment would significantly shape GDP per capita at this level. Latest research revealed that ICT infrastructure, along with other macroeconomic factors, is an important driver of economic growth in these countries. That is, a large extent, the hope and vision of the potential that is inherent in the prospect of information and communication technology and the significance of today's virtual event. With that, I wish all of us a most successful and impactful virtual event ahead as demonstration outcome of the potential inherent in a truly digital economy. I am sure that these both days, 18th and 19th Feb 2022, will be great for all keynote speakers, presenters, and participants. Thank you so much for all of you for your kind for making this event possible and encourage to arrange jointly. This makes me very proud of the team and all who contributed to making this a great conference possible before us and ahead. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to our amazing co-partners university. For sure, this conference will make a difference in the upcoming research nomenclature. Thank you to all our wonderful speakers and our sponsor and exhibitors without whom this conference would not have been possible. Thank you very much, all of you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Prof. It's wonderful to have a cooperation with the university. Inshallah, everything will be escalating very well. Okay, I would like to also invite Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Khan Patan from Government College University, Hyderabad, Pakistan, to also convey his short speech. Please, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I hope that I am audible to everyone. And it is privilege and honor to share this moment. And I must congratulate here the Highness of Mr. Sri Wabuho and Mr. Muhammad Iksan, the Vice Rector of the Narotma University, Indonesia. And I must congratulate here Professor Dr. Tayyaba Zarif for this wonderful milestone have been achieved. And we assure you that we will work together. And inshallah, whatever the future worldwide conferences will be arranged, managed, we can coordinate in terms of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. This is the first step to just helping hand each other. And I must request from the other side, from the Narotma University, that all the departments must coordinate with us, that we can share our valuable contribution also, because we are having, mashallah, alhamdulillah, the most reputed and the very high qualified faculty members. Those are having a very rich experience in terms of their field and interest. And we are moving ahead. And this is our university, newly built university in 2018, but we are trying our level best and having the maximum MOUs in the future also. Thank you so much to Annie also, and Allah Hafiz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, so now, Bu Elok, I would like to invite you to display the certificate, please.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is the certificate for Professor Dr. Tayyaba Zarif as the steering committee and advisory board of the seminar. And we have one more certificate for you, Prof. Okay, this is also the certificate for Professor Dr. Tayyaba Zarif for the keynote speaker in our Erasmus seminar today. Thank you again for sharing, Prof. It's an honor to have you here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and Bu Elok, what will we have after this? Because this is, alhamdulillah, this is a blessed Friday. So what we will have after this?
So after this, actually we don't have a speaker more because all of them are cannot present because of the condition.
So after this, we will have the break for the Friday prayer.
Yeah. Maybe we can break. But if can we have a question and answer for Professor Tayyaba? Maybe.
Okay, maybe I would like to invite a question and answer session, maybe from one of the participants before we will have the break.
Yeah, we will have 11. Yeah.
Yes, maybe I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tayyaba Zarif to explain more about the Government College University of Hyderabad, Pakistan, to introduce to us all so that we will know more familiarly about the university and the culture itself. Prof. Tayyaba, are you still with us? Okay, I think Prof is no longer with us. Yeah, let me check in the participant.
Prof. Tayyaba is already
Yes,
out, I think.
I think so. Okay, so we can go directly to the break because we need to balance our spiritual and intellectual capability. And this is a blessed Friday. Happy Friday for all of you. So we will have the break from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Yeah, exactly 2 hours. Yeah, and we will come back with our next speaker after the break. Who will it be?
Yeah, okay, wait. Yeah.
It will be from Malaysia, I think.
Yes, we will have our speaker from University Malaysia Kelantan, Associate Professor Dr. Zulkifli. And then we will also have from Malaysia, University Malaysia Kelantan, Associate Professor Dr. Zailani Abdullah.
Okay.
And then we have from Pakistan, Dr. Muhammad Swaib Khan from Government College University, Hyderabad. And then the last one. Oh no, we have a lot this afternoon, yeah?
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will come back sharply at 1 p.m. Indonesian time, and it will be 2 p.m. Malaysian time. So please stay tuned and happy blessed Friday. Me and Bu Elok, we are signing out now, and see you again after the break. Okay?
Yes, okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, okay. Ibu Ani, are you ready? Hello?
Hi, Buelok. Yes, I am ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second section of World Conference Erasmus Plus program, Jean Monnet Activity 2022, with the theme of Information and Communication Technology in the Infrastructure and Transport of EU countries. All right, so how are you? You have a good break? How was the
Yes,
lunch?
yes.
All good?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. So we would like to welcome our first speaker on this second section coming from University Malaysia Kelantan, yeah? Okay, what's the name, Ibu?
Here we have from Kelantan, Ibu.
Yes. Associate Professor Dr. Zulkifli bin Mukhtar. Okay, I would like to inquire whether Professor Zulkifli bin Mukhtar already with us. Prof, are you here with us, Prof? Okay, I think in Malaysia, maybe they need to still finalize the Friday prayer. Okay, I would like also, what if we call the next speaker first, maybe Associate Professor Dr. Zailani Abdullah, also from University Malaysia Kelantan. Are you here with us, Prof?
I cannot find Professor Zailani in the Zoom.
I see. Okay, so we have our two first speaker not yet with us. Yes. Because they are in Malaysian time zone. Maybe they need to still going back on the way back to the office after the Friday prayer. Yes. So yeah, let's give them some time. So meanwhile, we are also waiting for more participants to be with us. And this seminar is being co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. And also we are cooperating with Ruden University in Russia. Okay, so Bu Elok, so far, who is the most interesting topic that is being brought by a speaker? Who is your favorite speaker so far?
Yeah, of course. My favorite is from Prof. Talib, yeah. So he give us so many things that relate with techniques, yeah. Also, although I'm not from techniques, yeah, but that's really new knowledge for me. So yeah, I think that's very interesting, Bonnie.
Yeah, I agree with you because we know a lot about how students can have internship supervised by a real practitioner in the field itself. After that, they also have certificate and real skills. So once they are graduating, they can have the same job, maybe with the same updated skills. And I think this thing should be accommodated also more and more in Indonesia, especially in Narotama University.
Yeah, it's very worth it.
And we are also today we will look forward. Maybe we need to announce first the list of speakers for today, the second section today. Not only we have from University Malaysia Kelantan, but also we have from College University Hyderabad, Pakistan, Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Khan Patan later on. And then who else, Ibu?
We will have Insinyur Haji Peter Franz from Indonesia. He is a president of Ikatan Nasional Konsultan Indonesia in Kindo.
Okay. Next, we also have Bapak Inaya Taufik, MMMBA from Nokia Asia Pacific. He is a practitioner, not only academia. So in the seminar, we are combining not only academic practitioners, but also industry practitioner to share with us. And next, who are we having?
We will have Assistant Professor Dr. Enkeleja Lulaj from University Hans Zeka Kosovo.
Oh
Wow.
yeah, this is such a beautiful lady, yet so smart. So yeah, we are looking forward to have Professor Enkelda with us. Next, we are having from Narotama University. He is the director of Surabaya TV, Dr. Andes Ece Inyoman Sudapat SAMM. And then to be continued, we have from BCA. Who is this, Ibu?
We have Linda Chandrawati, Senior Vice President Environment Sustainability Governance, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk. Yes.
Okay, another business practitioners that is sharing with us. I remember in our last Erasmus seminar, we had also an officer from BCA to share with us, yeah. And
Also,
it's very, yeah, I think it was Pak Ketut, I think, yeah.
yes.
And yeah, and the material that he was bringing to us just to let us know how sustainable banking processes now is.
Right.
And it's really, really glad to see that. Okay, so next we have also from Egypt. Wow. Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Neyara Radwan, Mechanical Department, Faculty of Engineering, Suez Canal University. And then from UK, who is this, Ibu?
This is our old kolega, ya, Associate Professor Dr. Dani Harmanto, the Montfort University, Lancaster, UK.
Okay, and last but not least, before we are moving to our parallel session, we have the Finance Director of PDAM Surabaya, the water company from the government, Mr. T. Alvin Papatria. Okay, so let's explain as well for the parallel session later on. So the parallel session will be held from 3:45 p.m. until around 6 p.m. And we have how many rooms, Ibu?
We have three. We have 3 rooms, and then yeah, we'll be divided 3 rooms, and each room will be assisted by a moderator and also with some lecturers.
Okay, and each participants in the room will be presenting their paper for approximately 10 to 15 minutes as well. And we will have maybe questions from the audience or maybe from the chair as well, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, right. So now let me follow up again. Mr. Zulkifli bin Muhtar. Is he here with us already?
Zulkifli. Still not here.
Still not here. What about Mr. Zailani?
Also still not here.
Also still not here. Okay. Yes, this is one of the perks of having online seminar, yeah?
Contact Prof. Swipe. Prof. Swipe.
Okay.
Is that?
Okay, let me first maybe contact Prof. Zulkifli. So let me open my WhatsApp. So my face will be maybe looking weird somehow. So wait, yeah. Prof. Zulkifli. Okay, he is online. I'm asking him to be in Zoom. And Prof. Zailani, yeah? Okay, we will do another check.
Okay, maybe when we're still waiting for our speakers, I will announce for the parallel sessions.
Okay, please.
Okay, this is the parallel presentation for today, February 18, 2022. For the room 1, this is the name of the participant. We have Nur Widyawati, Sumarzen Marzuki, Dian Arisanti, Emilia Cristiana Baptista Belo, Mariana da Costa Pereira, and then Agnes Olivia, Aditya Firmansyah, Muhammad Rifki, and then Gina Olivia Oriza, Anna Francisca Ribeiro Dracus, and then we have room 2. We have Fitria Wisnu Wardani, Siti Maratus, Ratna Juwita Permatananda, Yuniar Eka Pratiwi, Siti Nur Fatimah, Hari Adilaksono, Hafiz Abiyananda, Syakila Keana Nurrahman, Dewi Chandra Ayuning Tias, and then Yosef Wahyudi. So if you join in this Zoom this afternoon, you can find your name in this between these 3 rooms, whether you are enter room 1, room 2, or room 3. And then the last in room 3, we have Asani Maharani, and then Meiti Amelia, Jandri Deni Sayanglela, and then Saihun Ibrahim, Sila Haryono, Veneti Ruma, and then Ari Bimo Sakti, and then the last is Eko Bagus Harja Kusuma. Okay, so
I bet the students here already feel like, okay, my turn is getting nearer and nearer. I think Professor Zulkifli is already with us. Yeah, Prof, are you with?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry for.
Hi, good afternoon. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
How are you?
How are you? It's okay, Prof. We know that having different time zones and also different activities. Maybe your mosque is far away from the office. It's totally totally understood.
Yeah.
Okay. So how are you? How's Malaysia? How's Omicron there, Prof?
Omicron is picking up, but it's well managed. Whereby I guess the vaccination level is quite high, and we are on the 3rd dose, and the government also started with the kids, from the age of 6 to 12. Somehow the procedures and the SOPs are there, or even for the boarding school, they are watching it closely. For universities, whereby the original plan was to open up or to invite the students into the campus starting this March. However, the ministries still studying it and watch it closely in terms of the spread of the Omicron, and also what we call it the fallback plan for all these
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, participants, please kindly close your microphone. Okay, Prof. Zulkifli, I will be your moderator for this session, so the stage is yours, Prof.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good day to Madam Annie and my fellow friends in Narotama University, Prof. Ihsan Setiawan, and also Prof. Dr. Agus Sukocho. Thank you guys for having me here from Malaysia. First of all, I would like to introduce myself, and even I'm going to put this up for you. I'm not sure whether it is very nice or not, but yeah, could be nice, I think. Guys, my name is Zulkifli bin Mukhtar. People call me Zul here. Fortunately, I've been in Surabaya before the COVID, and went to the campus of Narotama University in Surabaya. It's quite nice, and I wish to be there again. All right. So at the moment, I'm the director of Institute of Small Medium Enterprises, University Malaysia Kelantan. Today, I would like to share with you about women entrepreneurship, social capital, and also society development. Ladies and gentlemen, we know for the fact is why women entrepreneurship is so important. So it's not much different between men and women. However, if you think again about women, is a different class of gender, although it's 1 to 0, but it's still, for example, what I mean here, if you go to any development document in some countries, for example, in Malaysia, woman is classified as a special class of entrepreneurs. at a certain point, they were regarded as special and is equivalent to those who are disabled people. So it might be here, what I'm trying to say is the bias of the policy or even the society against women. I beg your pardon for that. However, if we can see, women can contribute significantly to entrepreneurial and economic development in terms of these three major area. The first one is the job creation, okay, and also the innovation. And last but not least, in terms of the GDP, when the women entrepreneur produce something significantly that can contribute directly to the GDP of the country. All in all, these three major contribution interact together, and we can see there's a poverty exclusion out of the involvement of women in entrepreneurship. And also there will be a social inclusivity. So that means when women are active in business or entrepreneurship, we can see more people coming in, because they say that women can do it, men can do it, then teenagers and all folks of life sees that they are able to do it as well. And when there's also poverty exclusion and social inclusivity outcome emerge out of this interaction, what we can see also, women involvement can promote a modern market economy. So that means they will increase the competitiveness and also started to offer a good product and also more advanced product, especially those who are in the cosmetic and also the beauty industry. However, in terms of what we call it women entrepreneurship development, we can see the women entrepreneurs and businesses has grown in all sectors. So it's not any specific sectors, but in any sectors that which were previously controlled by men, including construction and transportation. And I believe in Indonesia, when you see the top 10 billionaires, and you can see one or two coming are women, and they are not only involved in business of related to women, but also a variety of businesses, which include, what I'm saying here is construction and transportation. Women entrepreneurs are rapidly increasing in both established and developing economies. And if you see at a global scenario, 25% of the business in developed and advanced nation are owned and managed by women. So this is very powerful alternative to men. It's 1-0 actually, and we can see 1/4 of the business of the world owned and managed by the women. According to GEM, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor 2016 and 17, I beg your pardon, it's quite 5 years back, but it might be it's still relevant, this information. We see that global rate of women entrepreneurship is increased by 10% in the last 20 years. So for us, it is an important sign, and also is a very positive sign when women are keep on increasing their involvement in about 10% for the last 20 years. And the gap between men and women entrepreneurs has shrunk by 5%. So this is a positive sign. And according to GEM again, 2018-2019, approximately 230 women started and operated firms in the 59 economies around the world. So you can see, although there's a bias about women, but you can see the magnitude of their involvement is quite significant. However, women involvement in businesses or even in entrepreneurship cannot run away from issues and barriers. Okay, I guess this also apply not only in Malaysia or Indonesia. It might apply to any countries as well. The first issues or barriers is the gender bias. Okay, the gender bias thing, whereby you can see one good example was in America, whereby in universities, some newspapers still described the previous president of Harvard as women president of Harvard. But if the position is held by men, it could not be explained, or it could not be described as man director or man vice chancellor of Harvard. You know, when women, then it's start women president of Harvard or something like that. The second issue is the funding. Of course, there's a bias of the institutional bias from the financial institutions, whereby gender, I beg your pardon, where women are seen as a weaker entrepreneur compared to men. So this is where the asymmetry of information are also taking place in terms of funding. The third one is inconsistency in government policies. So government is not quite consistent in terms of helping the women. For example, in my country, the issue of women entrepreneurs suddenly in ministry is handled by Ministry of Women Development, but previously was handled by Ministry of Cooperative Development and Entrepreneurship. So the caretaker, what I mean here is the caretaker of the women keep on changing, you know. So it depends on the who's the president or who's the prime minister, and they might be lose control of this one. The fourth one is the lack of entrepreneurial education. You know, so if you can see in class of entrepreneurship, more men are in that class compared to the women. The fifth one is the family support. Yeah, some cultural influence. We see that less encouragement in certain culture, whereby women, when there's a woman who would like to involve in business, the encouragement is not so loud as men trying to get into a business. Another one is quite general one, is a family and work-life balance, whereby men are seen as the main breadwinner of the family compared to women, and unless there's a single mother and all that, so the responsibility of to become the breadwinner lies on the women. Discrimination and also bias is the same as the what I explained in the funding, and even this insufficient entrepreneurial training that has been faced by the women. So insufficient entrepreneurial training, it means that the specific training for women, because psychologically women are different than men. So I believe there must be a different set of training for women in this sense, you know. So gender in researching women, although women is on the rise of, hang on a second. Okay, in the rise around the world, but the gender inequality still persists and still exists. So this is our worry. The second one is women voices are denied. Sometimes their labor is devalued. That means if you are women involved in employment or even in entrepreneurship, you are getting less value from your involvement, and women position are unequal to men's. You know, this is a bit cultural, but it's still happening to this day. Despite some tremendous progress to change in recent years, no country has economic equality between men and women. Women still continue to be more likely than men to live in poverty. So this is sad fact, but we cannot deny it. And in some circumstances, there's a study. I beg your pardon for not being able to highlight it clearly. They said that, then they claim that if you want to make men and women equal in entrepreneurship and business, it might take us around 150 years. So the issue of equality still exists, although the gap has shrunk, but not the rate that what we expect. The next is the issue of women occupational segregation, both horizontally and vertically, has long been disputed. So the segregation between men and women because of the gender bias still exists, And last but not least, women are the lowest paid workers in the world, earning 24% less than men on average. So this is whereby research in women has taken place, and this issue has been discussed widely in any literature. Just continuity a bit. Then 75% of women are in informal economy. Yeah, you can see that. I think in Indonesia and most of Southeast Asia, most of them are involved in informal economy, where they are less likely to have a job contracts, legal rights, social protection are frequently paid insufficient wages. So they are not included in what we call it a social network planning or benefit planning. And as many of 600 women in emerging economies are working in the most insecure and precarious form of employment. You know, when they are involved in the informal economy, we cannot capture the data. Okay, compared to men, women also hold fewer senior positions, even earn lower salaries, own less land, and are more disappropriately affected by the haphazard application of customary and religious regulations. So, like I mentioned before, it's about the cultural and also religious regulation. Women are subject to this restriction. And last but not least is prejudice against women still prominent in societies where gender identification construction portray them as a self-reliant, less self-reliant, I beg your pardon, emotional and independent and vulnerable than their male counterparts. So support for women for me can be categorized into two streams. The first one is formal support, which include training, financial support, advice, aids, and all that. Or even there must be a gender policies and equality legislation to promote work-life balance. So this is more on the government and government-related agencies taking place, and formalized institutional benefits such as subsidies, financial grant, one-on-one counseling, and legal technical guidance to the woman. Besides the formal support, there is informal support. So this is where I think where this is what we call a precondition of women entrepreneurship should exist, the informal support, which includes informal social networks, family and friends. Why we say informal? Because this exists and play their roles whereby we cannot capture or we cannot put a form to the informal, to the support that was lent by the family members in terms of emotional, financially, and also networking to the women entrepreneurs. In this sense, I would like to argue or even suggest that there are two streams or two perspectives that we can use in studying the success or the survivability of a women entrepreneur. The first one, what we call it liberal feminist theory, LFT, and also social feminist theory. So I will explain a bit about this perspective in a moment. And we believe that these two theory, LFT and SFT, will converge together in institutional support theory. Ladies and gentlemen, what it means, what's the main difference between these three theories is LFT and SFT is about society development. However, when we talk about entrepreneurship or women entrepreneurship, we are talking about performance. So here we argue, I and my postgraduate researcher argue that we need another theory, which is an institutional theory, in order to formalize the interaction between LFT and also SFT. So this is the perspective. These are the perspective. Liberal feminist theory, whereby the argument is it should be equal treatment between men and women, and men and women should have equal rights. It must reduce the society discrimination and bias against women, and also the fact that there's a restriction access to resources, education, and also business business experience, and they would behave similarly if women had equal access to men. So liberal feminist theory proposed that there shouldn't be a bias in terms of the many things that I've discussed, whereby social feminist theory acknowledged that men and women are different due to their socialization process, and even they will have a different perspective, goals, and choices, and might affect woman personality, attitude, and self-image. So this is where SFT suggests that we shouldn't be biased because we cannot change the fact, okay? And the differences affect business, and the difference between men and women can produce different outcomes in terms of business activities and performance. So that means when we discuss about women entrepreneurship, we must acknowledge they are considered as disadvantaged, so that they must give extra merit before starting something. Okay, so the differences do not imply that women will be less effective in business than men. So SFT still share the same argument as LFT, liberal feminist theory, whereby they say that there should be, although there's a difference between men and women, but in terms of business performance, we need to acknowledge they are almost the same. And last but not least, the institutional theory, like I mentioned, there is a formal institution involve written rules such as law and regulation that stipulated clearly about women entrepreneurship support, whereby informal institution involved to the tradition, values, beliefs, social norm, and practices that define society and society's culture. For the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I think entrepreneurship is a gendered issue. We cannot deny that, but it's happened, Like I said, one study suggests that if we want to talk about equality in entrepreneurship, it might take us around 150 years to make it balanced. The second argument that I would like to put forward is we need to have a different perspective in recognizing women entrepreneurship development, which includes the informal support for the women entrepreneurship, which we see the importance of family, friends, and also the what we call informal networking of the women entrepreneurs. So, Madam, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Prof. A very, very interesting presentation. Okay, I have several questions for you before we can open question and answer with the audience. So the first one is that, is this institution that you mentioned involving written rules about the involvement of women in entrepreneurship, has it been implemented somewhere in this world?
At the moment, Madam, I cannot ascertain clearly the formal written rules about specific to women. Because I believe that if you review any document, including, because we recently review what we call it Dasar Keusahawanan Negara of Malaysia, the policy of entrepreneurship, national entrepreneurship policy of Malaysia, is a shock for us. There's a clear written rules, but women has been placed under the disabled group in entrepreneurship development. So this is quite shocking. It's a written.
It's
a table out of 5. They call it a special category in order to say the least that they being able to do it, but to do it in more, I would say, I beg your pardon for using this word, more biased way of doing it.
Yeah, I agree, Prof. Yeah, that's ironic, to be honest, and shocking as well, because we need to embrace the differences that biologically and psychologically exist between men and women. However, there should be no bias in how they can be both as effective as each other, or because they have their own way. And in Indonesia, Prof, in our micro scale businesses, actually women are the core motivator for this. They are the one who initiates the business. They are the one who moves the economy. Is that the same thing happen in Malaysia?
Yes, we do. Especially in my state, Kelantan, Dr. Agus and Prof. Ihsan were here a couple of years back, and the main driver of this economy, local economy, is the women. But madam, let me share one good fact about this condition. Women are performing well than men in what we call is micro enterprises. And the next question that we're going to ask, what is the role of the man in this sense? And recent study or even our local study says that, or even argue that the man must be there to support the woman, you know. One good example in my state that we can see men, the spouse of the woman entrepreneur are around while they are doing the trading and all that, just rearrange the goods and also
or maybe become the bodyguard.
Yeah, something like that. Or even few months back, I met one guy while having a coffee. I said that, what are you doing? No, I'm just be with my wife. She's the one that running the business. I'm what we call it, a honorary driver to her. So here, this is the interaction of men and women. I mean, the spouse of the women entrepreneur must be exist, and we consider this as an informal support, madam. Yeah.
So there is actually a mutual relationship within this. Yeah. Another thing that I would like to inquire you, Prof, it's also shocking when you said we need 150 years until we can reach that balance.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any nothing more like a more somehow optimistic news updates from our research so far?
It's quite shocking as well, madam, when we found this fact. Because when we look at the literature in entrepreneurship development, academic literature, and also quote-unquote professional literature in the form of government support, government report and all that, the effort of closing the gap has been active for 20 to 30 years. But maybe this is my sense, whereby the sector of the business itself has evolved, you know. Right now is more technology, whereby the adoption of technology, again, I would say, is a gender bias, whereby they say that the technology business is more, men are more adaptive to it. And that's why I see the fact of the 150 years gap is still there, although we are closing it, but it keep on maintaining it, the gap, because the evolution of the nature of the business, madam. Fintech, you know, and also these technologies and all that. Because, for example, last time there's no women involved in construction, but now women are involved in construction. But suddenly there's a new sector emerge in our economy, and women need to started to learn again about the about the sector. Yeah.
Okay, Prof, that's why we need international seminar, because if not, how can we know this sharing when this is very enlightening? Yeah, it's very shocking that there is gaps in research between women and men, which is, we need to make it shrink more and more. Okay, so thank you again for sharing with us, and Belok, please do display the certificate from for Professor Zulkifli.
Right, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so this is the certificate for you, Prof, as the steering committee and advisory board of the seminar. And the second certificate will be for your role as the keynote speaker in our Erasmus seminar. So I'm hoping that this will not be the last one, because we will still have series of conferences, and I'm looking forward to have such good themes like this more and more to bring more awareness to us. Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
All right, thank you, Madam Annie. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we have here Associate Professor Dr. Zailani Abdullah from University Malaysia Kelantan. Professor Zailani, are you here with us? Professor Zailani?
Professor Zailani is still not in Zoom.
Okay, still not in Zoom, yeah? Okay. I have contacted Professor Zailani before, but he's not replying. Okay, let's move on. I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Soaib Khan Patan from Government College University, Hyderabad, Pakistan. Are you here with us, Prof? Prof. Soaib? Okay, so maybe while we are waiting, I would like to maybe inquire maybe Insinyur Haji Peter Franz, the president of Ikatan Nasional Konsultan Indonesia or INKINDO is already here with us maybe.
I'm sorry, Bunny.
Still no, yeah?
Yeah, still not here.
Okay. Okay, I think we still need more additional time. So if we can maybe announce again about the parallel session, and if you from the audience or participants still have any questions or inquiry towards the material of Professor Dr. Zulkifli bin Mukhtar, we are welcome to accept. Okay, so Bu Elok, would you kindly please announce again about the parallel session?
Yeah, okay, before I announce for the parallel session, we have a revisions, yeah, we're still waiting. And actually, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Enkelda Lulach here in Zoom, Ibu Ani.
Oh, Prof. Enkelda, you're here with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, how are you today? What time is it in Kosovo?
I am good. It's morning. It's early morning. Hi, everyone.
Hi. So would you mind to go for the presentation in this slot, Prof?
Okay.
Okay, so I would like to invite Pak Joko Suyono to chair this session, please. Okay, Prof. Enkelda, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ani. Hi, Prof. Enkelda. How are you today?
I am good, thank you. And you, how are you? How is
I'm fine.
Indonesia?
Okay. So, do you ever come to Indonesia?
No.
No. Yeah, okay.
Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future.
In the future, yeah. In the future, we hope that you come to Indonesia also, especially to visit Narutama University. Okay, Prof. Enkelda, I will handle your presentation, please. Okay, you can make presentation now.
Just a moment, I will share my screen.
Okay.
Can you allow me to share my screen, please?
Okay, I will ask the operator. Ibu Ani, operator, please allow Prof. Enkelda to share screen.
Yes, maybe Mr. Mukayan, please, to give the co-host access to Prof. Enkelda.
How is the situation with pandemic at your country?
In Surabaya, we are entering PPKM level 2, I think, ya Pak Joko, ya. But in Jakarta, it's worse, yeah. In Jakarta, it's worse. But we are praying that things are getting better.
Greetings of the day. This is Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Khan from Pakistan.
Hello, Prof. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. How's everyone? I hope everyone is fine. Everyone is smiling like Angelina, very cute smile, I think so.
Alhamdulillah, we are still good. Okay, Pak Mukayan, is the co-host access ready?
No.
Not yet,
Not yet.
Okay, maybe the committee is still working on it, please. So how is it in Kosovo, in Pakistan? Is Omicron reaching there?
No, it's better in my country. And Pakistan, Professor Muhammad?
Yeah, I must assure you that there is nothing like Omicron. So everyone is already mentally fine. So they have cope up themselves very strongly. Even though in Pakistan, everyone is treating this kind of a COVID vibrant as a small kind of a flu or seasonal flu. So it's all about, according to the Pakistani Muslims, it's a mindset of the, you can say, any of the variant. So Alhamdulillah, there is a very less, you can say, effects, up to 20% out of 100. but alhamdulillah, everyone is fine, safe, secure. And I hope that everyone rest of the country also be safe and take care of themselves.
Yeah, Amin, Prof. Okay, Prof Patan, after Prof Enkelda, we would like to have the honor for your presentation, yeah? And I think the co-host access is now available for you, Prof Enkelda.
Yeah, can you see my screen, please?
Okay, you can see, Prof, you can continue.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, thank you once again for inviting me. I'm really honored and grateful. Good morning from my country and good afternoon at your country, maybe. I'm not sure what time is it now. So today I will talk about information and communication technology in education, a critical view of the students' performance, ICT and finance and education. So I will, first of all, I will introduce myself. I am Professor Enkeli Dalulay from Kosovo, state of the Kosovo. I work at the University Hajj Zeka Faculty of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment. I am professor for finance and accounting. Really, I am very proud and I am very glad to be here. Now, in this slide, you will see overview, ICT, finance and education, general information about information and communication technology in education, especially in my university, a new point of view, learn a special skill and a change basic attitude. So does financial stress affect students' performance during online learning? For this question, you will learn more about in the next slide. I will make a relationship between my experiences with my students, and my paper in Kosovo's universities during this difficult time with pandemic COVID-19. Published or accepted by Web of Science. I invite you to listen carefully because you will learn more about this topic. So at the end, you will see some recommendations that will help the universities in my country and around the world. Now, primary goals. So we have so many theories about information and communication technology in education. Also, you can see a case study, as I told before, for education in Kosovo's universities. Introduction, information and communication technology, or ICT, in education is the mode of education that use information and communication technology to support, enhance, and optimize the delivery of the information. So worldwide, research has shown that ICT can lead to an improved students' learning and better teaching methods. Or online learning is a learning process which takes place through the internet as one of the forms distance learning. Challenge of of using tech in learning, a lot of distraction for students being free of all the time. Not all students have access to the digital tools. What next? So in this slide, you will see a relationship between ICT in education. So audio, video has a relationship with IT, software, active components, or access control in exams, in lecture, in exercise, etc. So as well, you will see a context of learning has a relationship with ICT uses. The second step, or ICT uses, has a relationship with students with professors or teacher, and the end is specific nature of interaction between students and professors or teachers in universities or faculties. So In this slide, you will see more about education and financial stability or financial situation, and in the end, e-learning. So education brings a natural change in an individual's reasoning and ability to achieve the target individual reasoning, how to say, and ability to achieve the target goal. It facilitates us to investigate our own consideration and thoughts and make it ready to express it in various shapes. Education also means helping people to learn how to do things and encouraging them to think about what they learn. Education is one of the main components that brings growth and progress in a society. The more people in a society are educated, the more they can make a beneficial contribution to their environment. We as a society all over the world are in era of lifelong learning, so we must be committed to the maximum rise the quality of education. Since professors or teachers are unique in nature, it is essential to find ways to communicate with students individually, especially through technology or through ICT. So financial stability or financial situation. What about this questions? Don't tell me where your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money, and I will tell what they are. As I told before, e-learning is one of the main goals during this difficult time with pandemic. One goal about the online learning is communication. Then so good communication with professors or students. So in this slide, you will see ADIA model, what is important about this model. So ADIA model has two steps, step number 1 and step number 2. In the step number 1, you will see 3 sub-factors or sub-steps. The number 1 is analysis, design and development. What is important about this step? So analyze your situation. Don't forget, please analyze your situation to understand the gaps you need to fill. Design based on your analysis, make informed decision to design the best possible learning experiences in your faculty or in your university as well. In the end, development, or number 3, bring your learning experiences to life by building your end product. Step number 2 has two steps, 4 and 5. The number 4 is implementation. What about this step? Distribute your learning and product to your audience, to your students, to your staff as well. And the end, education, evaluate if your learning and products is effective, make any necessary updates, and cycle back to the analysis phases. So it's very important for success in your university, this ADM model. So what about this slide? So in this slide, you will see a relationship between financial stress, financial situation, money, households, and coronavirus pandemic. So financial stress has the relationship with the money with economies, families' economies or households, and the households has a relationship with coronavirus pandemic on the global economy world. So financial stress is emotional tension that is specifically related to the money. Anyone can experience with financial stress, but financial stress may occur more often in households with low incomes. So while countries or states around the world are at different points in their COVID-19 infection rates worldwide, there are currently more than 1.2 billion children or students in 186 countries affected by school or universities closer to this pandemic. So the household sector has the power to influence the overall economy, in part because of its size and its significant exposure to the financial sector. It also plays an important role in monetary and financial stability in a country, as the behavior of households with respect to resources allocation. So it's very, very important for each country around the world to know more about financial stress, especially for students in this difficult time with the pandemic. Now in this slide, you will see e-learning project and experiences, technology, finance, and education, or ICTS in universities. You will see some factors, set your goals and how you will measure progress or decide on your content or fine-tuning your strategy, define your audience and set up your data and infrastructure. So the focus of much e-learning activity is upon the development of courses and their resources. Successful e-learning takes place within a complex system involving the students' experiences of learning, teachers or professors' strategy, professors' planning and thinking, and the teaching and learning context. Staff development for e-learning focuses around the level of the technological delivery strategies when other issues such as the teacher's conception of learning has a major influence on the planning of courses, development of teaching strategy, and what students learn. So please keep in mind, it's very important as well. One of the major considerations that arise when creating your strategy for e-learning is how all the pieces work together to support your faculty or your organization or your university goals and the goals of the learner. To achieve this, your strategy your strategy created a unified learning environment that is connected and optimized for your faculty or your university. So as I told before, you will see some factors about the learning project and experiences. What about your goals and how you will measure progress? So your first step is creating an e-learning strategies to make goals, so you and your team know what you are working towards. This means looking at what you are adopting in learning and what you hope to accomplish by doing so. From there, you can identify clear your goals and learning objectives that follow the reasons for using e-learning and inform every future decision during the process. Define your audience. You have probably heard the term define your audience. It applies to many situations, including your strategy for e-learning. Many decisions made while you are planning and implementing e-learning courses will depend on who they are for. It will be easier for you to make this decision when you have a clear definition of who your e-learning efforts are mean to benefit in the end and what their needs are. Decide on your content. Please keep in mind, it's very important, the needs of your audience or your students will largely decide your content. What do they need to learn, or what is the best way to teach the courses material, or what is the best website-based environment for them to learn in, or what learning technologies will best meet their learning needs, or what support can we provide them will social learning add to the experiences. Each question is very important, has very important role in your strategy and for successful for your students. So set up your data and infrastructure. The how of setting up your data and infrastructure may be daunting at first, but that is where great learning management system comes into play. Your LMS or new teaching and learning environment will be an e-learning environment for members and an analytical tools for you. It will provide a platform where you build house your online courses and materials and where students will access them. What about fine-tuning your strategy? So please, now is when you are in the nitty-gritty on what will make your, your online courses successful. Please keep in mind everything you laid out in the first 4 steps to give yourself guidance. Most importantly, always remember the initial goals you set up for e-learning. So what about this slide? In this slide, you will see 3 variables. Is my paper, a financial impact on the new teaching and learning environment, financial impact and problems related to lack of dedication to learning PMPM, and the end stresses from COVID-19 related to financial learning factors, SES. Online learning, performance, financial stress, COVID-19, universities, households, or financial stability for families and students. For these variables, you will see the results in the next slide. So what about this slide? In this slide, you can see 3 MMN variables, PMPM and SES. The variables MMN has the 6 variables: example, difficult concentration during online learning at students or adaptation during online learning, etc. And PMPM has 7 variables: example, isolation problem from COVID-19, or study problems, or problems with employment-related education, or problems with personal finances, or problems with family and relationship with others, or career problems due to the funding reasons. And the end, SES, you will see for 5 variables: example, financial stress for payments or delay in graduation or delays in exams, etc. And what about this slide? So in this slide, you will see results about the variables. Number 1, students' experiences during online learning, technology, finance, and innovation. So as it was emphasized in the introduction, the purpose and the main objectives of this topic is the correlation between the factors technology in education and financial stress to students in universities in Kosovo during the online learning. So do these factors correlate with each other, and do they affect students' performance? Based on these issues, the findings from econometric models will provide recommendation for university in the state of Kosovo. So what about students' experiences during online learning, financial stress, students and university, or MMN? The financial impact for students and their families for the reasons of COVID-19 in the new teaching and learning environment, or MMN, in order to meet the condition to continue online learning have increased. In this case, higher education is also facing various challenges in the process of transformation, the new teaching and learning environment. So based on these issues, the results about these variable students' experiences during online learning. So the correlation in the highest percentage of 19% has the variables MMN number 1 with the variables MMN number 3, which means that if students do not have concentration while online learning, the performance will decrease, or vice versa. So in this slide, you will see the results about the variables number 2, or financial impact on problems related to lack of dedication to learning, or PMPM. So during using the online platform through technology or ICT, there are some elements which can be considered barriers to new teaching and learning environment, or MMN, for students, such as delayed response by students. Professors or teachers are not always available to respond in students' time, or motivation diminished by students, or feeling of isolation due to lack of presence of classmates, or poor network, or outdated computer that can slow down the use of lecture material. So these problems can be overcome with the help of professors who adapt their MMN, or new teaching and learning environment strategies, to the needs of students. Therefore, to achieve this, professors or teachers should have knowledge and experiences in new teaching and learning environment through technology. So based in these variables, the correlation in the highest percentage of 80% has the variables PMPM number 3 with the variables PMPM number 4, which means that if students have problems with personal finances and stress, their performance will decrease, or vice versa, because indirectly the stress and funding factors affect the students' performance. What about for this slide? In this slide, you will see the results for the variables number 3, or stresses from COVID-19 related to financial and learning factors. So tuition from are quite difficult to pay by students in good times, let alone in difficult times or days, like in this case of pandemic. Distances save lives, but there is economic pain because many businesses are going bankrupt and laying off workers, employed students and their families who pay for them. And this is challenge and aggravate both financial and educational stresses for students. Even for those who can pay for the bills, their gloomy job prospect for graduation create an anxiety, while many students carry large student loan debts, but it is very essential to state that not all students have the necessary condition for online learning through technology. So students are living very, very difficult educational experiences during this time with pandemic. So based in these variables, the SES number 5 variables has a positive or a relationship or correlation with the variables number 1, 2, 3, 4, but the highest correlation has with SES number 1, a variable in value for 86%. So student stress for payment is related to work and career. Therefore, all variables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emphasize that stress affects both factors, financial stress and educational and teaching factors. In this slide, you will see as a general recommendation for this topic. So the one recommendation is a condition must be created for MMN or new teaching and learning environment, or there must be financial condition for students, or there should be a study commitment for students by professors or teachers, or there should be concentration during online learning. There should be good communication, example with professors or teacher, with administrative staff, with colleagues, with family, or with friends. There should be information from professors on how exams and tests will be conducted, and stress factors should be removed to students. So this is my presentation. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Prof. and Glenda. Yeah, very interesting presentation. So I would like to ask, talking about the financial stress for the student, is there any policy from your government or perhaps from the university to make it easier for the student to continue to study?
Thank you so much for this wonderful question. Yes, we have so many issues for students. Example, we have payment for semester for each students, and also we have so many conditions about financing for students. They have not well-being financial stability at their families.
This is from university, and then from the government, any program?
For moment, maybe not so problem. So we are a new country, and we got strategy for education for all universities in my country.
Okay, based on your research, how big is the effect of the financial stress for the student with the performance and learning for the students, based on your research?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Okay, talking about the financial stress, how much is the effect of the financial stress to the students' performance and study in your research?
Maybe in the percent is 46%, I think.
46%. Any student drop out because of the financial stress?
Yes.
Yes, there is also yes, same. Yeah, but not big, yeah. Okay, and thank you, sir. Perhaps from the participant, any question from the participant?
Thank you. I'm very, very, very grateful. Thank you so much.
Wait a moment. Perhaps the participant would like us from you. I would like to ask the participant. Perhaps there are some questions from the participant. Any question from the participants? Okay, I think.
I have a question.
Okay, Rivimo, you can ask.
From University of Narotama, Surabaya, Indonesia. I want to ask about how easy the student adopt to change to the online learning in Kosovo.
So it's meant to make adaptation for the student. Is it quite easy in your country?
It's a little easy in my country, but not very easy as I mentioned before.
Yeah, Bimo. Any more questions, Bimo?
Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Joko. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
I would like to say something,
okay.
if I can. So information communication technology in Kosovo, in my state, has experienced a remarkable development since 2000, from being almost non-existent 10 years ago. So some Kosovar companies or businesses in the information technology or IT domain offer today wide range of ICTS service to their customers, both local and foreign companies. Have you heard about Kosovo? Because Kosovo is a new state in the Europe, and yesterday we had Independence Day, 14th anniversary.
14th anniversary.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Enkelder. I think it's enough. So please give applause to Enkelder, everybody. Yeah, virtual applause, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure. Thank you once again.
Please wait for your certificate, Bu Elok. This is Prof. Enkelder, your certificate as the advisory board and also steering committee. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. And it is also as the keynote speaker for your keynote speaker. We hope that for the next opportunity, we can call you again and to join again with our conference. Because we know that Narutama University will mix the word conference regularly, especially during 6 months, every 6 months sometime. Okay, okay, thank you, Prof. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Pak Joko. Thank you, Prof. Enkelder. Okay, our next speaker will be our colleague from Government Colleague University, Hyderabad, Pakistan, Dr. Muhammad Soaib Khan Patan, and I would like to invite Madam Elok to moderate this session. Ibu Elok, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so the stage is yours.
Sit back here. The sound. So, okay, wait. Okay. Professor, sorry. I just got back from a break. Okay, wait, yeah. Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Soaib. How are you?
Thank you so very much. How are you? Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon, according to you.
Yes, afternoon here.
That's very nice. Mashallah.
Okay, so we will let you to start your presentation today, Prof. Soaib.
Thank you so very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings of the day to everyone who is listening virtually, who is listening from mobile, who's listening from through laptop or whatever the different gadgets. Okay, this is again a great pleasure to, you can say, deliver my topic. So I will try my level best to first share the screen. So this would be my screen. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yeah, okay, the slide is right. Yeah, okay, Prof. Soib, your presentation is already
Okay, there will be a minute. Sure. Okay, my screen is it available? Is it, you can say,
yes, we can see, but you have to use for the slideshow. Yes.
okay, okay.
Correct.
Is it fine now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And hello, how are you to everyone? This is Dr. Mohammad Shoaib Khan Pathan from Pakistan. And I hope everyone will be safe, secure, and happy with your country. My topic for today's presentation is how ICT major role, its impacts, and measures in terms of lane transformation systems around the globe. I will try to portray the case study of Pakistan, because Pakistan is suffering a lot due to the transportation system, as we are not very much as developed as compared to the other, you can say, neighbor countries like China, India, you can say other, you can say countries of like Europe. But we are trying our level best. Alhamdulillah, our, you can say, most of the, you can say, sectors are developing, and day by day we are improving also. So my objective would be, can information technology improve efficiency of transportation systems in terms of energy use and carbon emissions? Okay, what is transports of goods, transports of humans? There's a big difference between transport of goods and transport of humans. As you knew that there is a game-changing project is just announced in 2013, around 10 years ago in Pakistan, that CPEC. There is a CPEC, China Pakistan Economic Corridor. What does it mean? China Economic Corridor means there is a one corridor with the help of China. They are going to invest around more than $67 billion in Pakistan, and they will trying to nutshell all the areas in terms of transferring goods and human transport through this, you can say, big mega project. This would be definitely a game changer for Pakistan. Why? Because they will encroach and they will pass away from all the 4 provinces of Pakistan, and they assure us that they will help us in building of all the transportation facilities and communication system. Just like, as you knew that China is very strong in information technology and, you can say, transportation system, so they are having a mutual understanding with the China, and this will be the remarkable change in terms wherever or whatever the flaws are still remaining with Pakistani peoples and the transport of goods from one province to another, one country to another, one area to another area. It will be occupied and it will be resolved. Can IT encourage greater use of public transportation? It is like this. So unfortunately or fortunately, in the limited area or limited number of Pakistani peoples or around the globe, as we can witness or take them example, we are not able to use as much bicycles, as much, you can say, carbons emissions. But unfortunately in Pakistan, most of the, you can say, our citizens, they are using cars and transportation system, just like heavy, you can say, trucks, and that will creating a problem, and sometimes having a major blockage of, you can say, bypasses and roads. And there is an electronic vehicles are going to be launched in Pakistan with the help of same kind of project of CPEC, which will definitely reduce the use of fuel in Pakistan. As you knew that nowadays the charges of the fuels is high, and it will occur a lot, as the current, you can say, per day earning or daily wages of the Pakistani citizen is very low, and they are facing a very huge difficulty. And I hope that we can cope up with the help of this mega project. Do these improvements in IT require changes in the design of these systems? And if so, what can? Yes, it is. Like so, that as much as the electronic vehicles can arrive or change the system, it will help us to reduce, even though there is a, you can say, less chances to transport and deliver the material with the help of electricity. Even though most of the Pakistani, as compared to other countries, they are using, you can say, barrel systems or the railway track or through the voyage system. But our voyage system is not too much because we are surrounded by the country. So we are not a kind of an island to just go from one side and to reach from the other side. Can information technology help? How? Some technologies experience much more rapid improvements than the other technologies. Likewise, information related to technologies have much more rapid rates and improvement than do their technologies. When to? The thing is that the technology's impact is increasing day by day. There are 4 provinces in Pakistan, but 2 major provinces in Pakistan, they are adopting the technology facilities. I can take the names. One is Islamabad and one is the Punjab province. Islamabad is the capital of Pakistan, and there is a Sindh province. Those maximum number of populations are residing, and they are getting and changing with the way of less use of fuel and carbon emission systems, and believing on the technology to help out through the navigation system, to help out through the electronic buses and cars. They are helping out to travel through the railway systems, and there must be one use of it, that if there is no any reason to visit, they must stop to visit one side or one area from another. Outline would be the IT facilities. IT facilitates public transportation. How? State of the public transportation, ticketing routes and scheduling, GPS systems, bike sharing, and light rail. In the 2 major provinces of Pakistan, likewise Punjab and this Sindh province, they are trying to publicize the transportation system very accurate with the help of IT facilities, which can occur the ticketing routes, enabling a GPS system installs in the buses. Likewise, nowadays there is again mutual understanding company system share venture with the Japan and Pakistan to open an electric bikes systems in Pakistan. As you knew that most of the, you can say, Pakistan citizens are using their road systems, so it will take time to moderate and resolve systems. Next topic will be the roads dedicated to autonomous vehicles. Third is the greater use of electric, you can say, vehicles, energy power storage density, electrification and vehicles. The most, again, the second side or the other side, you can say, the electricity availability. Unfortunately, there is a shortage of electricity in Pakistan also. This is the reason why whoever is trying to implement any kind of a technological factory or multinational investment, they are asking that, is there already a subpart or a sublime area to invest and we can have enough electricity generation plants? But we are trying our level best that we can reach out the areas, like there is another province, Balochistan, they are very windy, and we are trying to implant the big fan or the wind system that they can arrange to maximize or minimize the charges, the cost of generation of electricity. And they have to transform and facilitate to the IT sector to boost once for and all. Second, different cities and different futures. Just 1 minute. Yes, can we? Okay, there we can, and there is a one. Okay, there is a one of the, you can say, example nowadays which can be seen in the most 2 provinces of Pakistan. This is one of the example I can take it from the internet, that the things are going to be worse as the fuel prices are on the high, and we're unable to promote and unable to bear the expenses to take it inside their vehicles and for the use. What the form admission, you can say, from the automation system. In the 1980s, there would be a buses and take it offline. What would be the 1990s? There is a bus train system which can be vending machines. Same system we are trying to implement as it will take according to the passage of time and according to the need, but the facilities should be provided from the multinational companies or from the investment of the government sector. The things which can be determined in all the way, just like in 2000, here the websites call centers. In 2010 there is a screens. It is trying to, you can say, empower and improve the system which can help us in a day-by-day system. Unfortunately, I don't know the major of the reason, but the most of the major reasons is that the currency of the Pakistani is trying to be not that much liquidized because the pressure, because of the having impact of refugees entrance into Pakistan, because due to the war of Afghanistan, because they are having a very close alliance with the Pakistan, they are, whoever not feeling well, they are coming to Pakistan. And even though any other Muslim countries, those who are unable to pay their health expenses, they are coming to Pakistan and facilitating. So a major amount or portion of investment is also investing on the refugee areas in Pakistan. Few of the things, as per the help of information technology, can be buyers and employed with the help of media's services, and the new model same we are also going to implement and hope for the best, depend upon the investment and the attraction of multinational companies. Big data is also useful to analyze to trip data and better understand the actual trips. Where do the trips start and stop? Use this data to be better route planning buses and trains, locations of stations. There is a channel system of railway, you can say, route has been started with the help of government, federal government investment, which can definitely change the implant system of, you can say, transport and communication, in especially in the province of Sindh, Pakistan, because most of the, you can say, around 70% of the residents of Karachi, they have their car, but they are avoid to use their cars because of the hype of the petrol. Now they are having in this kind of open option that they can go with the electronic cars, or they are going to having started with the new vision of railway system in Pakistan, especially from the Sindh. Reduce breakdowns through better sensing and pattern analysis too. How they can reach and they can measure wherever they want to go on time. This is one of the GPS system, how it helps and works, and also adopted in Pakistan, because Pakistan is an agriculture country. Around 70% of the generation of the revenues is generated from the land. So we are also trying to help out, especially IT department can help out, because there is a one institute in Islamabad, Comsets. They are trying to build the different gadgets, different GPS systems, which can watch out and tell you that where the exactly system can work and help to improve your fertilization system. One of the improvements in the accuracy in the agriculture system, which help us the global GPS service performance commitments meet continuously, because of the less and unavailability of the electricity, definitely it will impact on the internet system and it will not support you to reach by on time. So this is one of the things that if you don't have an electricity on time, or if you don't have enough electricity, how you can help and cope up all the issues of related to information technology. Definitely, if you don't believe that there is electricity, how you can open your internet or Wi-Fi or GPS system or Google Map or the navigation system, even though information technology and computer systems, they are believing on definitely or ITs. So it requires the major role of, you can say, electricity, and we are trying to cope up through the wind system and wind fan systems and the, you can say, power plant system. They are going to implement very soon, inshallah. Along with the GPS system, definitely it will help out, and as everyone knew that one of the major factor which we are trying and helping out in Pakistan, also suggesting everyone to try to purchase and use this electric, you can say, bicycles, which really help us and cost you very less, and it will accommodate a less space also. As you knew that the Pakistan's population is increasing day by day, but it having some kind of advantages and challenges also, that less space for the bike storage, space can be used for the other things. Faster parking and finding of bicycles can facilitate train use. Challenges would be the maintenance, redistribution of bicycles, thefts, and this. many advantages like this. So less congestion and the higher fuel efficiency, definitely more cars per area, and thus either have capacity roads and fewer lanes on the roads, fewer crashes, accident deaths, ambulances and insurance expenditures, because we have a main road system. There is no any other option, so they are going to make any option through a voyage system, electronic, you can say, train system, railway system, and through an air car system. Light vehicles might become more common since lower probability of accidents, higher fuel efficiency, less traffic tickets and police officers, along with the public transportation, less ownership of the vehicles and less parking. Different cities, different futures. Some cities will always have more public transport than others. Some cities will have trouble increasing their use of public transport. Some reasons include differences in population density, spatial distribution of work and residence, direction of commutes, early investment in the public versus invite and the private transport system. At the end, conclusion would be like this: so that information technology is improving the economics of the public transportation, but depend upon the availability of the facilities in terms of space, less population, and availability of electricity. Is making new forms of transportation possible? Yes. Again, it depend upon the facilities or the area, the number of the population. If not, impact on all of these methods are required to be affect implementation plans and incentives. Public and private firms should be considering rates of improvement in information technology and other technology when they think of the future for the transportation. In the end, sustainability is all about designing systems that use less resources and provide overall benefits to their users. Rapidly improving technologies can help do this all. Thank you so much from my side. This is it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Swaib. This very interesting presentation. Yeah, all we have to say is about information technology. Yeah. So what I learned from your presentation is the improvement or the advances of the information technology. You said that many advantages, yeah, from using this information technology, just like the GPS. So what do you think about the weaknesses of using this information technology, and how your people to overcome for the weaknesses?
Actually, the thing is that there is a less belief on computer system, information technology in Pakistan, just like that everyone is believing on manual system. They don't want it to make confirm from your GPS system. The things, when it will into the mindset of the people, it will take time to change and improve the sustainability. Even though Karachi city is one of the biggest city of Pakistan, whenever they are entering, they are not using any kind of a navigation or GPS system. Unfortunately, you can say around 30 to 40%, you can citizens of Pakistan, they are still don't have a smartphone. So would you believe it, how they can use this GPS system? So even though this 30-40% will affect impact a lot, because this 30-40% is the major, you can say, population, those who are under the, you can say, privilege of normal facilities of Pakistani peoples, like car, like availability of the transport all the time, because they are all living on the daily wages system. As you knew that we are underdeveloped country and we believing on the multinational investments, and there is a smart chance of, you can say, CPEC, which really give us the major job opportunities. As you knew, we are trying to get help as much as from China to implant the, you can say, information technology ventures and their investment into the computer sciences also. This will, I think so, will help out to overcome all the possibilities. It will interact and it will facilitate as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's very challenging, yeah, to apply this information technology to the society. Okay, Professor, because we have a limited time, so this is for your all presentations. I will share the certificate for you. Okay, the certificate, please. Okay, this is certificate is appreciation for you, Dr. Muhammad Suhaib Khan Patan, for your role as a keynote speaker in the World Conference Erasmus program, MONNET Activity 2022. And once again, this is the second certificate for you for your role as a steering committee and advisory board. Once again, thank you. We can see you again in the next international conference.
Thank you so much. See you again. Have a good day to everyone. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you, Madam Elok. Thank you, Prof.
After this,
Patan.
we will
It was a
continue,
pleasure. Yes, after this we will continue. I think from University Malaysia Kelantan, Associate Professor Dr. Zailani Abdullah has been joining us. Prof. Zailani.
Yeah, inshallah.
Okay, so I would like to inquire whether Pak Joko Suyono is still here with us.
Okay, Bu Ani.
Okay, so this is the stage is yours, Pak, and Pak Joko Suyono.
Right,
Okay, Prof. Jailani, how are you?
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
So, are you?
Yeah,
everything is okay with you? So alhamdulillah,
yeah.
So okay. From Kelantan, everything is okay in Kelantan,
Yeah, I have a problem. I'm sorry to the organizer because I got a problem to join earlier because we just finish our Jumaat Solar, and then we are a bit rushing. I'm myself a bit rushing to join this, so I'm sorry so much.
It's okay, it's okay. This is Friday because this is Friday. I know of this. Okay, you can start to make presentation, Prof. Jailani.
All right. I still have some difficulties because the host are not allow me to share my screen. Can you enable?
Okay, I will ask the operator. Ibu Ella, please ask the operator to allow make presentation.
Yeah, okay, wait. Okay, you can try now.
Yeah.
Yeah, IT team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So can you see? Yeah.
Okay, I can see.
But I'm still find out because it not appear in my. Never mind. I just believe that. Okay. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to the participant. So I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the organizing committee comprising the Narotama University and Wooden University, with collaboration of the Erasmus program, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this conference. And then to me, this is a very good medium for us to share our research finding and disseminate our knowledge that we have. And with the theme of this conference, ICT in the infrastructure and transport of EU countries, green economy, blue economy, and digital economy. So my name is Zailani Abdullah. I'm from the Faculty of Entrepreneurship, Business and Entrepreneurship, University Malaysia Kelantan. So my background is mixed up right now. Previously, I'm more on the computer science, but when I joined this faculty, I have to change a bit my research more on the information system. Okay, the topic that I'm going to share with all of you is about the digital intervention program for the SME in Malaysia due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, this is some background of the COVID-19. As you know that the world is still facing the COVID-19, the impact of the COVID-19. After World Health Organization declared a pandemic on 11 March 2020, and now it's almost 2 years and we are still facing these challenges. And the fact is the coronavirus epidemic first broke out in Wuhan, China in late 2019 and finally has been spread throughout the entire world. All right. As you realize that there are several terms associated with the COVID-19, such as epidemic, pandemic, and endemic. Yeah? So you can see from this slide that so now we are still in the stage of pandemic because the virus is still spreading through the several countries in the world and still in the active mode. And even though the level of activeness is a bit slower, so now many countries are moving towards the endemic stage. According to the news and also from our Minister of Health, we are in the process to go to the endemic stage in 2022, inshallah. All right, okay, this is, so in Malaysia, we have introduced and many countries, including Indonesia and others part of the world, countries impose what we call a movement control order. So in Malaysia, we start to enforce the MCO on 11 March 2020 after 7-day declaration of the COVID-19 pandemic by the WHO. And during the MCO, there are several prohibitions were imposed, like restriction of movement, assembly. We are not allowed to make a mass assembly, business activity are very limited, and the country borders shut down. And then this is, you can see from here what we call the National Recovery Plan that was launched in early 2020. It's show a very clear path on how to mitigate the social economic impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are 4 phases in this diagram. The phase 1 begin in June and focus on national lockdown, and phase 2 start in July until August, focus on expansion of the allowed activity. So phase 3 basically begins in September until October to zoom in opening of the certain social sector. And the last phase start in November until December, emphasize on full opening of all activities. Okay, this is, here you can see the statistic of yesterday about the COVID-19 cases. And now in the entire world, the coronavirus is nearly 420 million, with death nearly 6 million. In terms of Malaysia, the total case is about 3.1 million and the total death is around 32,000. So, however, started in February 2022, the daily total cases are keep increasing. So you can see from this that on 16 February, it became the highest daily cases in Malaysia since January 2020, which is nearly 28,000. And yesterday is the second highest, which is nearly 27,000. I think that this figure makes us in Malaysia feel uncomfortable and more worries because the cases seem to be increased exponentially and maybe due to the latest Omicron variant, BA2. And for your information, this variant was the first identified in India and South Africa in late December 2021. Okay, although the periods of MCO ended, the COVID-19 pandemic still have a huge impact on the country economy, including the small, medium enterprise, SMEs in entire world, including our country. So we strongly believe that from the previous ministry statement of Malaysia government that they are not going to impose MCO anymore, Alhamdulillah. But what happened to the total of 28,000 cases of COVID-19, which occurred 2 days ago? So I have no answer about this. So now we move to the SMEs. So no, at the moment, there is no common definition and each country has its own definition of what constitutes of SME. So the business parameter used related to the revenue, asset, employee with certain threshold. So as we know, the SME contribute to job creation and global economy development up to 40% of the national income, GDP, in emerging economy. This is a statement from the World Bank. Right, SMEs in Malaysia. So according to the statistic issued by the Department of Statistics 2020, the total number is SME was about 1.2 million or equivalent to around 97% of the business establishment. So according to this study in 2021 by HRMASIA, MCO implementation by Malaysian government, which ended in December 2020, cost the SME loss about 40.7 billion. So the report also mentioned that there is a decreasing of GDP of SME from 3.5 billion in 2019 to only 512.8 billion in 2020. So now we move to SME digitalization. So digitization is a basic conversion of data and process. Before we move to digitalization, we talk about the digitization. So digitalization is the use of the digital technologies to change a business model and provide new revenue and value producing opportunity. So although, in other words, the process of transformation into digital business by adopting the digital technology. Right, and then so when we talk about the digital technologies, we cannot run away from the social, mobile, big data, and many more technologies. So the question is why SME digitalization is important in our country. So we can summarize into three. So number one is to ensure that SME can sustain competitive advantage. Number two, to ensure seizing massive opportunity. And last but not least, for the configuring their resources. Okay, this is from this table, you can see that the key areas and description. For procurement and inventory, it helps to cost reduction and business automation, about the accounting and taxes, more on to increase accuracy and to reduce the errors or in transaction in terms of e-commerce. So there is no geographically limitation, and also, of course, it can help in terms of the cost effective, and also in terms of the electronic point of sales and contactless payment systems, it can leverage the data analytic and also increase the customer satisfaction, because we know very well about our customer. So according to the International Trade 2020, two-thirds of the SME were strongly affected. And then according to the report from the McKinsey 2020, 25% to 36% of SME could close down permanently for the first 4 months of the pandemic, COVID-19. So according to OECD 2021, 70 to 80% of the SME from the 32 countries lost their revenue between 30 to 49%. So this is impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So in terms of Malaysia, nearly 10,000 SME stopped operation during the first phase of the MCO. And according to the report issued by the Parliament of Malaysia in 2020, nearly 80% closing down during the MCO and 70% closing down during recession MCO, recovery MCO. So next we move to the problems. So we are also facing a digital divide among businesses in SMEs, and whereby according to the World Bank Group 2008, digital adoption among SME is still not, we are still problem actually. Digital adoption among SME is still not impressive. And then in the next slide, so this is objective to actually this presentation, basically we are going to share a little bit about the Malaysian government incentive with regard to SME digitalization in order to help and also to reduce the impact of the COVID-19 pandemics. So the methodology. So this is a methodology employed in the study by referring to the secondary source of data and review of the existing literature. So okay, the Malaysian government has introduced several intensive, especially for the small medium enterprise, towards digital economy with respect to the wealth creation, productivity, and quality of life. So the largest one is to rebrand and improve the MSC Malaysia 2.0, Malaysia Super Corridor, to become the catalyst for the growth of the country digital economy. This is expected will be carried out in 2022. So from the budget 2022, the Malaysian government also agreed to allocate 200 million under the business digital grant. In fact, special 15 million is purposely allocated for the Bumiputra micro entrepreneurs that stay in the rural area. 250 million was also allocated to boost the e-commerce. And for your information, in year 2020, nearly 900 billion revenue generated from the e-commerce industry. That's why the SME is very crucial and important for our country. Last but not least, 45 million was allocated for the technology transformation among SME. Okay, the government also set up the digital free trade zone to assist the SME in dealing with the exportation. This include the fulfillment hub, satellite service hub, and also the e-service platform. So the government also released the what we call the Government National Recovery Plan or PEJANA 2020. So under the Smart Automation Grant from the maximum grant cap is 200K, and the SAG basically cover cost of the IT hardware, software, and many more. And in the business scale-up program, 400 million is allocated in terms of the machinery, sensors, CRM, warehousings, and 50,000 grants for the e-commerce implementation, and 200,000 for renovation, advertisement, product packaging, promotion, and so on. So another incentive introduced by the government is what we call this, Go e-commerce platform. So Go e-commerce platforms is used to guide the micro entrepreneurs and the subject matter expert to pursue their business through the digital platform. So under this platform, tool for SME is also provided to promote and assist the digital business implementation for SMEs. And also what we call the Industry 4WRT Intervention Fund. So under the Industry 4WRD Intervention Fund, with the amount of 500,000 is allocated for manufacturing industry to adopt the IR 4.0 application and any associated technologies. The good thing is, if they are not success, they still can enjoy the RM 27,000 tax deduction. So in February 2021, the Malaysia launched what we call the My Digitals and Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint. So it is a 10 years roadmap to transform us into digitally driven high income nation, and also we call a regional leader in digital economy. So basically it's covered 21 billion of connectivity project, 1.65 billion for telecommunication company, and RM 50 billion for 5G implementation, and last one, 15 billion for cloud service provider companies. Okay, however, there are several challenges facing by the SME. So according to the business report today in 11 November, on 11 November 2021, 77% of SMEs in Malaysia stuck at the early digitalization stage. So the limitation of the existing infrastructure and the system, especially at the remote working area, and the issue of cybersecurity, whereby it is clearly mentioned in 12th Malaysian Plan that the cybersecurity is a contributing factor to slow down the development of the digital economy, with 43% data loss issue. So in terms of the financing, the micro enterprise are afraid to invest into the digital, and whereby the large company still not confident in terms of return of investment. They are still not clear, not sure. And when it comes to the employee skill, it is not easy and very hard to hire employee with a good skill set and knowledge to drive into the digital business transformation. In terms of the technology, some of them are not aware at all about the digitalization tools or how it can be used to drive them into the digitalization. So in terms of the business strategy, it is not easy actually to develop the business strategy and using the digital technology and also the analytical software. If you realize that currently they are looking for the data analytic and so on and so forth, we need somebody that very knowledgeable, have a skills and certificate to deal with the data analytic. And also in terms of the regulatory, because many of them are not familiar with the standard regulatory in terms of the compliance, product compliance, for example, process guidance and licensing, and also the permit. And this is the advantage why the Malaysian government and also other part of country around the world focusing on the digitalization. The first one is engaging the customer, because it's become more effective on marketing campaign, because we know very well about our customer, what they want and what they don't. And the second one, in terms of the optimizing the process, we can easily utilizing the cloud service in handling the workflow, easy to access the data and consolidate the application, putting in the cloud services. And the last one is about the transforming the product and services, because we can employ e-commerce for improving product scale. We can get more revenue. So another advantage is empowering employee. We can channel more efforts to our employee into the activity that can help grow the business. They know very well how to make it our business better and better. And also it can reduce cost and increase the profit margin via automation of the production processes and data-driven quality, and also to improve efficiency, competitiveness, and economy of scale. So the conclusion of my presentation today is the significant number of SMEs were shutting down their business due to the COVID-19 pandemic since 2020. So the right support is very crucial, and also the incentive is very crucial, especially from the government and also from the public, the corporate sector, to ensure the SME digitalization goes very well according to the time frame. And also SME also need to play their role to embrace the digitalization in their business and transform their organization in ensuring they can accelerate the national agenda towards leveraging the digital economy by 2030. So I think that's all my presentation. I pass back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Jalani.
Yeah,
very interesting your presentation. So especially talking about the incentive from the government, to the SME. So this is the incentive in the form of what? In the form of the fresh money or loan or some others form? This is very interesting. I would like to know.
Basically, it is a loan. It is a loan. Loan.
It is a loan. Oh,
yeah, there's no
okay.
free. But the government provide a lot of support, and the money is number one, and also in terms of the expertise and so on. They have the what we call some agency under the government to support them. And as you know that I mentioned earlier, especially the Bumiputra SMEs, Malay, not all of them interested, because due to they are not sure actually, and there are no information at all about the benefit of digitalization. And sometimes their location will also become limitation of them to go about in terms of infrastructure and so on. They have internet access, for example. So how come they can go about the digitalization? There's some issues. Yeah.
Okay. This is a loan with the interest or without interest?
I'm not sure about this.
So that's why, look, you know, in Indonesia, all of the bank do not want to give the loan to the customer because they are afraid that the customer cannot pay back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know in Malaysia.
And for your information, when the first we are in the pandemic stage, the government put around 500 million allocation under budget 2021, and in the budget 2022 it reduced only 200 million, so cut it more than half. I think that is a big challenge for the government, and you also realize that our economy right now throughout the world in the recovery phase. So we are government in the process of getting more and more money. That's why they have to shrink here and there. And then for your information, similar to Indonesia and others company, the government spend a lot of money for vaccination programs. So that's an issue, I believe.
Okay. By the way, for the economic growth in Malaysia for 2021, how much is the growth? Still positive or negative?
I'm not expert in that area. I can't answer that question. Maybe the expert from they can answer on that.
Okay, so talking about the SMA again, and we know that in Indonesia there are some SMA are closed because of the pandemic. Yeah, only some SMA in the field of health and the same are growing well. So in Malaysia also some SMA closed during the pandemic.
Yes, bro, a lot actually. And some of them, they can all, if they're still working in SME, they just receive half of the salary. They cut off their allowance and so on and so forth. So that's the issue. And once they stop or they stop the business, it's very hard for them to start again the business. Some of them become bankrupts and so on. That's why the government start give some incentive. I think this is not easy. Similarly, in Indonesia, we are in the same region. We're still facing the problem. Not easy actually.
Okay, there is a question perhaps from the participant. I would like to read the question from the participant. Prof, do you think that the Malaysian SMEs alert about those incentives? Yeah, again talking about the incentive, you know that.
I strongly believe that not all of them relies on that incentive. And then the second challenge is they are afraid to take the opportunity and to enjoy the grant offered by the government. They are not sure whether they can pay back the grant and so on. Yeah, that is the issues actually. Because you know the level of SME, we have 3 levels, pro macros. So this is long journey actually. But as a researcher, we need to play our role to start to find out, because the government in Malaysia, similarly in many countries, they provide some incentive and so on. The effectiveness, how much the money used by the SME. So this is still under research actually. We need to find out. So my research after this to find out based on this allocation, the grant or the support and so on and so forth to go for digitalization. So we need to find out how much money really used for that, for digitalization. Otherwise, something to be carried out by the government. Maybe the strategy is not right. Maybe we have to do more promotional program to encourage more SME to alert and finally willing to participate to join for the digitalization.
Okay, one more and the last question.
Yeah.
This is from the Taufik. Taufik is the chairman of the Nokia Malaysia. So the question is like this. When the SME having difficulties to develop their digital transformation using analytic or big data, etc., what is their real problem to do this? Does it related to competence of the SME resources? Yeah. Or if this the case, does it mean that the other SME they are able to provide training related to digitalization is growing up because of the demand?
So I think that in my slide I also share about we have MDEC. So MDEC is one of the agency under government that provide the support. If we really go to the digitalization, that should be okay as long as the SME want to participate in digitalization. Because the government not only provide the money, they also provide the program, the training and so on to make sure that they are in line with the government intention to become digital nation by 2030. So this is my answer.
Okay, thank you. I think it's enough, Prof, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Prof.
much. Yeah,
okay, you're
welcome.
welcome.
So if we allot the certificate. Can you stop share, Prof?
So I try to what we call to enlarge this. I got a problem. Can somebody kill my presentation?
Yeah.
Prof. Sailani, can you stop your presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no idea how to stop the presentation. Can you kill my presentation?
Hello, can you help? Because Prof. Jalen had difficulties to stop.
To stop. Okay, stop share. Okay, stop sharing.
Okay,
Yes.
stop share.
Okay, can you share? Right. Stop sharing. Okay. Oh, I see.
Already stop share.
Okay.
This is Prof. Your certificate as the committee and advisory report. This is your certificates.
Okay. Thank you.
And this is one more certificate as the keynote speaker.
Yeah, thank you,
Prof.
Okay.
So we hope that for the next opportunity you can join again.
Okay, inshallah.
And I'm happy if there is no COVID again, we will go to Malaysia. Don't worry, we open to go to Malaysia. Okay. Now is it possible for Indonesian people now to go to Malaysia? Because I heard that not possible, still not possible.
Yes, you can still come to Malaysia, but you have to undergo the quarantine exercise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, Wani, I return back to
Okay,
Wani.
thank you, Pak Joko. Thank you, Prof. Zailani. Very interesting material. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would like to call my colleague, Miss Intan from Dwi Jendra University in Bali. She will chair several sessions today, and we will start with Insinyur Haji Peter Franz. He is the president of Ikatan Nasional Konsultan Indonesia in Kindo. Okay, Pak Franz, are you here with us? Miss Intan, are you here with us?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good afternoon. The stage is yours, Miss Intan. We will call the speakers 3 times, and if he is not available, we can move on to the next speaker. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Intan from Dwi Jendra University, Bali. Now, the next presenter is Insinyur Haji Peter Franz. Are you joining with us, Mr. Peter? Mr. Peter Franz? I think Mr. Peter Franz not join with us. Next, Mr. Inayat Taufik, MBA.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bu Intan, Maulina.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Inayat Taufik.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Minister Inayat Taufik.
Should I
He's
start
from
and
Nokia
share
Asia Pacific. You can start
Yes.
your presentation.
Okay. Just to check whether you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. How many minutes that I have the allocation for this slot?
About 10 minutes, Mr. Taufik.
Only 10 minutes. Okay. Good.
10 until 15 maybe.
Okay. The 5G transformation to smart cities, I'm trying to make it very fast today. Okay, just quick introduction. I'm Inayat Taufik. I'm working for Nokia Asia Pacific and Japan. I'm not the chairman, Pak Joko Suyono, but I'm a transformation manager for Nokia. The coverage is Southeast Asia. This is around 7 countries. So working from Malaysia, I'm based in Malaysia. I'm based in Kuala Lumpur since 7 years back. Yeah, okay, I start with my slide, which is very interesting. Look at the cellular market trends, the evolution of where we are now of the 5G. If we refresh back at around 1991 or 1993, probably in Indonesia, we start with 2G, and then 3G we have in 2003, 2005. 4G just coming up in the 2013, 16, and I'm coming with the 5G, which is everyone probably aware of it. The 5G giving a lot of promise, very high data speed, and also the connected to the Internet of Things as far as concern or interest of the SME also, or also other companies that related that demanding toward the broadband internet. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, if you look at the graph here is now increasing very fast, very rapidly. Everything now connected into the internet. As much as we know that even our television is connected to the internet. In the past, we have only our mobile phone, our camera probably, our watch, our iPad or tablet, or computer only. But today even our fridge, our car, our building, even connected to the internet. That's possible using the 5G technology. Just to give a refresh back, some times back, that when I share this slide, that 5G, what is 5G for us, people and things? I call it things because a lot of devices that are able to be connected into the cloud, into the internet, and the data is simply really useful as much as people consume and use it. Just one of the example of Google Map. If we want to go somewhere, drive somewhere, and we have no idea because it is new for us, just click Google Map and then we drive according to the Google Map. Google Map will show the traffic, which is the faster, not just the route. They know the route, the map need to give us the faster route, but because of the factor of the traffic, the route can be different. Those are part of the beauty of the data analytics that used by Google and then presented back to the driver. When we drive, then we know that. Yeah, that's one of the example. If you look at on this slide, on the right side is mostly are related to the industry. On the left side, usually are related to the people. Yeah, we are much more maybe impacted in the left side, but in the past, my previous presentation I shared already on the right side. Yeah, just to give the hint that how much is the value creation expected in 2025, 3 years from now. This is the estimation by McKinsey. If we look at the factories, the manufacturing is almost triple, and the cities, if you look at the cities, which is what is impact of the 5G, the industrial IoT that impacted by 5G is almost double. That's the value creation, which means that more of the things connected to the internet, more of things or devices connecting to the internet. Yeah, everything. Even now I can see that my speaker, now I use the speaker that connected to the internet also. I can see also the devices specification of the speaker, and I can see if it is broken, how to fix that problem. Maybe in the future, there are some companies also, SME probably, they are able to do the remote maintenance of those kind of devices remotely. So this is part of the opportunity in the future. Looking at the, because of this, there is a major transformation taking place within the cities. So this research, just look at the research from the World Bank, IMF, and then also McKinsey. 2007 compared to 2025, the GDP growth, the population growth, and then also demographic growth from the top 600 cities across the world, which is selected with at least 500,000 population. And then by looking at this factor, we see that a lot of demand coming, either from healthcare, new doctors will be needed because of this one. 5 million hospital beds also needed because of this one. From education point of view, 4 million classroom estimated needed for this, and 3 million teachers even needed also. Yeah, and from the transportation point of view, even huge 100 million cars more needed. Now, if we look at this factor, then a lot of things can be connected, and then and only can be facilitated with a good network. Yeah. I come to the next slide. Is how much is if we total this new infrastructure needed because of this demand among these 600 cities only. Remember, this is only 600 cities across the world. Then we look at that 3.3 trillion US dollar at least, which is 24% of it are estimated coming from energy and utilities. And then governance security is 37%, and the rest is infrastructure, transformation, transportation and buildings, and also healthcare. That's the only thing that relevant to accommodate all of this demand is by using building the connectivity, right? The broadband connectivity, connecting the device, connecting the people, then also connectivity dependent, which is we use the next generation services such as analytics and operational control. I'm really happy that looking at the lessons learned just now from Malaysia by Professor Zailani, that we look at the SME, although they have the budget, but they have the lack of competence of doing the digitalization, which is actually the opportunity for the next company or the other SME. And this is the reason why Nokia provide the smart city solution, which is number one is building the city connectivity platform. The mass connectivity is coming from the 5G definitely, which is, if we remember that I share at least the speed that promised by 5G, able to reach 1 giga, that even can be enhanced up to 20 giga. It is way faster compared to what the available network today. That if I look at my mobile phone today, the connectivity up to only around 10 or 15 Mbps only. Imagine now using 5G, I can reach at least 1 gigabyte per second. And even in the good network, we are able to reach even more than that. We are able to reach more than the 10 gigabit or up to 20 gigabit per second. This, if we do this platform, which is we have connectivity, good connectivity, we can do many things. We can do the analytic applied to the city. We can see the historical, for example, data of the people crossing the street. Then we know how many cars that passing into the crossroad in this area. Then we use this intelligent asset and analyze and giving back to the authority. Can be the government, can be also the police, can be also the coming back to the driver. So the driver able to decide which one is okay or faster. And this also giving up the platform of integrated city operation. Imagine that we can look at the platform. There is a platform probably in the authority that we can see a lot of things that coming in the street, and we can see that the prediction also coming from the AI or the engine or the machine learning. And this is enable also the next application coming up. And definitely there are a lot of things, a lot of opportunity coming up, because again, even the operators such as probably in Indonesia, Telkomsel, Indosat, in Malaysia is Celcom and Maxis. They cannot working alone because of a lot of opportunities. They need to have the mutual agreement or cooperation with their partner. SME is open for this one. And if you look at in the bottom, we have a sample of the cities that become Nokia implementing Nokia smart city solution. One is in the US. You see also in Glasgow, Liverpool, Sunderland. another one in Sendai, also Wrocław, which is in Poland. Yeah. And what about the green? I come into this topic because we know that why we have to go with the green. Number one is there is ultimate factor definitely that United Nations responds to the climate changes, right? So every country or every big company try to reduce as much as possible of the impact of global warming. Yeah, and that's the reason why I try to speed up. No worries, if we intend. We need to know what is the contribution of the smart cities then toward this green for the earth. Number one is by using the smart city, we will introduce the electric vehicles for the future. It's coming now in the Europe anyway. Because of this one, it will reduce the number of hydrocarbon, and then or fossil fuel. Now moving to the electricity, which is, if you look at this one, if we use the electric vehicle, you will see a lot of advantage. We can see even this vehicle able to be connected with the when they connected into the electric, we can monitor what is the cycle of the battery, for example, the age of the battery, what is the remaining voltage or the capacity of the battery until how many kilometers. Those kind of data can be feedback to the driver, so they can enjoy this easiness or driving for the next in the smart city. Also, by using smart city, we have move less and we move green transformation. There is one example that Nokia has in Espoo, our one of the smart city platform that we have tried, I think 3 or 4 years back, and then this will optimize the operation. Yeah, I come into this. Let me skip for the rest for the sake of time. I think I hit already more than 10 minutes, Ibu. I'm trying to show one of the example of the 5G assisted city, and look at this one by implementing or using this autonomous shuttle in Espoo. This is one of the city in Finland, which is Nokia has the head office there. And then looking at also that this 5G autonomous shuttle able to travel. It was in launched in 2019, and it is connected into the our 5G network. And for piloting, Nokia Campus was fast on short delay, which is very important because it is no driver, right? It is no driver. Then this shuttle actually understand, okay, there is a traffic there, so the car will stop and then continue again, go right and go left. That is based on the program that already given to the shuttle. Yeah. Second thing is we have also, if you look at this one, we have also autonomous delivery robot. So here again we use robot, which is less people move. Even we can say no, but less people moving to the other area because they just click on their mobile phone, order something, and then it will be delivered at their home. That's only possible because the connection is very good and it's provided in 5G. In other cases, we have 5G factory in Oulu. This is one of the city in Finland. Again, it's a small city, but we have factory there. The factory is built based on the 5G platform, so it is working automatically using the robot, and then we can monitor from the operational control. Yeah. What is the smart living looks like? Let me just run this video probably.
Mr. Inayat, I remind the time.
Okay, Bu Intan. So give me next 1 or 2 minutes for this one. 1 minute.
Yes.
The 5G is connecting not only the people, the 5G is connecting everything.
Yeah, that's the last slide from me, Bu Intan. So I'm sorry, probably that's more than 10 minutes. I hand over to you in case is there any question. So yeah, I hand over to you. Ibu Intan.
Thank you, Mr. Inayat. That's very great presentation from Mr. Inayat Taufik. He explained about cellular market trends, explosion of possibilities and use cases announcing new performance levels of people and things about 5G and about Nokia. There are any questions from the participant?
Yes, I am Miss Intan. I want to ask Mr.
Yes,
Inayat.
please. Can you raise your hand? What is your name?
I am Ari Bimo from University of Narotama, Surabaya, Indonesia.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to know about this technology 5G for IoT devices. Now in Indonesia, I think some provider propose to the company that use IoT device for the operation. I want to know what is the difference or advantages using 5G for IoT devices compared to low power one or low power one family such as LoRa, NB-IoT, or Sigfox. Thank you.
Okay, very good question. Very good question. What is the difference of the 5G using the IoT, if I understand correctly? Yeah. So definitely, if you use the 5G platform, okay, the difference with the previous generation of 5G is we have 4G and also LTE, right? And then that's enable also the generation of the first generation of IoT. We can use that in the 4G actually. But the problem is the limitation of the speed. Using the 4G, you can only reach around, technically it is up to 100, but yeah, average, if I look at many operators, especially in Indonesia, for example, big city, probably we don't have problem. They can reach up to 30 Mbps probably, or even more, maybe 50 or 40 Mbps. That's max. Average, probably we can only have 10 to 15. Maybe if we are somewhere lacking of the coverage, we only have 5 Mbps. That's impacting a lot toward our IoT. The IoT needs a very fast response. They are hungry about the bandwidth. They are hungry of the speed. The only possible is we are using the 5G. This 5G, the first that we try, already reaching 500 Mbps. This is 10 times already faster compared to the 4G. That's not even stopping there. That's even more than our implementation in Singapore, and even reach 1 gig PPS. And this is needed, really needed. Imagine as if we use the sensor for our IoT. For example, you use the electronic door in other university. Your security wants to open the door using only their mobile phone. That's possible only in 1 click, and then the response is very fast, only within less than 10 milliseconds. That's not possible in 4G or NB-IoT. That's only this latency will be different. The latency means the delay, and the delay will be different. In 5G, the delay is less. That's even the commitment of our 3GPP. The delay is only 1 second. So once you flip your finger, for example, immediately the response comes to the sensor. So if the sensor is just like your robot, if you flip your finger, the robot also flip the finger. That's the idea. And that's the reason why the remote surgery in the hospital now possible only using 5G, because that's a bandwidth, and also the speed is as much as the speed of the doctor itself. Am I answering the question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very clear.
Okay.
Thank you for the question and the good answer from Mr. Inayat. I think enough is just one question. Thanks once more for Mr. Inayat for the presentation. And then finish this session from Mr. Inayat. Can you close your presentation?
Guys, stop sharing, Ibu Intan?
Yes, you can stop sharing your presentation. For the next presenter is Association Professor Dr. Neyara Radwan. Are you join with us, Mr. Neyara
Yes, I'm here.
Radwan?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mrs. Neyara Radwan from Mechanical Department, Faculty of Engineering, Suez Canal University, Egypt. You can start your sharing presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's visible now?
Yes. You have 10 until 15 minutes for presentation.
Yeah, okay. First of all, greeting to all. Now it's still morning in Saudi Arabia. So good afternoon and good morning for all. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Neyara Radwan. I'm associate professor in the Mechanical Department, Faculty of Engineering in Suez Canal University in Egypt. I'm also associate professor and the quality assurance officer for the PhD program in King Abdulaziz University. I think I have to hide this part. Yeah, I think this is now better, right? My presentation now shown in the full mode, right?
You can start. You can start your.
Yeah. It's moving. The slide is moving, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Today, I will speak about green economy. First, what the meaning of green economy? The United Nations Environment Programme defined the green economy as one that results in improved human well-being and social equality, while significantly reducing environmental risks and ecological shortage. It is in its simplest expression, a green economy can be thought as one which is low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive. In a green economy, growth in income and employment should be driven by public and private investments
that reduce carbon emissions and pollutions, enhance energy and resource efficiency, and to prevent the loss of biodiversity and resource efficiency, and prevent the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem service. This investment needs to be catalyzed and supported by targeted public expenditure, policy reforms, and regulation changes. The development path should maintain, enhance, and where necessary, rebuild natural capital as a critical economic asset and as a resource of public benefits. Now we want to understand what is the relation between green economy and sustainable development. As seen in the figure, the concept of a green economy doesn't replace sustainable development, but there is now a growing recognition that achieving sustainability resets almost entirely on getting the economy right. From this figure, we can know how far is the world from green economy. By having a look for the figure, we can recognize that if the desirability of moving to a green economy is clear to most people, the means of doing so is still a work in progress for many. For investing in green economy, we can invest in green economy in many ways, such as in natural capital, for example, in agriculture, fisheries, water, forests, or we can invest in energy and resource efficiency, for example, in renewable energy, manufacturing, building, waste, transport, tourism. Today, I will focus on investing by sustainability, especially in waste. Let us first understand what the meaning of sustainability in waste. We will deal about municipal solid waste. Municipal solid waste have many definitions. It's varied between countries. A working definition is wastes generated by household and wastes of a similar nature generated by commercial and industrial premises. Some establishments are likely to produce both municipal and non-municipal wastes, which are manufacturing industry, which generates municipal solid waste from offices, and industrial wastes from manufacturing processes. Some industrial wastes are hazards, thus require special management. We also have hospitals and other healthcare establishment and services. It is generate municipal solid waste such as food waste, newspaper, and healthcare hazards waste contaminated with infected body fluids and various chemical and shape objects. We also have construction sites, which generate some municipal solid waste from offices and construction and demolition waste from building works. Moreover, we have other major non-municipal solid municipal waste streams include agriculture wastes and mining and quarrying waste. Now, let us see the solid waste management impacts. Most developing countries are currently facing serious development challenges that may be enhanced if the same old traditional development plans are still in precedence. In the wake of the recently emerged global economic crisis, development challenges are expected to increase as a result of the adverse impact on the capabilities of developed countries to offer needed assistance to developing countries. The United Nations recently released a report showing that most developing countries are far from reaching the development goals targets set for the year 2015. The impacts are expected to exceed the countries' expansions of the gap between the developed and developing countries to the extent that might badly affect sustainable development. To recognize the side of our problem, let us show the following population growth and urbanization infographics. For this infograph, it's about world population. We can find while 4.4 billion people were living on Earth in the year 1980, the number had climbed to be 7.3 billion in the year 2014. It is projected that the world's population will grow to 9.7 billion by the year 2050. This infograph shows the region-wise percentage of the urban population around the world between the year 1950 and 2050. Urbanization living in Asia is now almost 50%, as shown in the infograph, while Africa has a relatively less urban population, with 43% of the total population being urban. Present, the most urbanized land masses include North America with percentage 82, followed by Latin America with percentage 81, and Europe with percentage 74%. Now we can see a comparison of world population and carbon dioxide emission. As we see here in the infograph, that the World Energy Statistics showed that 44% of the total carbon dioxide emission come from 17% of the world total population from developed nations, while the rest, which is 83% of the world population, coming from developing and least developed countries, to the rest of the half of the total emission. Now, let us see the solid waste challenge which we are facing. Solid waste management is a challenge, really a challenge, but it can be easily become a crisis if it is ignored. Let us see an example. Mountains of solid waste lined the street in Italy for months at the beginning of the year 2008, when collectors stopped picking up the waste because all of the region's landfills were full. Solid waste management is a major challenge for many citizens in developing and transitional countries. The urban areas of Asia were estimated to spend about $25 billion on solid waste management each year in the year 1998. Solid waste management may represent 20 to 50% of the city budget, with 80 to 90% of the spend of waste collection, which is very high percentage. Collection rates in urban areas vary widely, often in the range of 10 to 70% in countries where the norm of waste disposal is still open dumping. Significant increases in the incidence of sickness among children living in households where scraps is dumped or burned in the yard. Uncollected solid waste clogs drains and causes flooding and subsequent spread of waterborne diseases. When the modernization process started in developed countries in the year 1970, solid waste management was seen largely as a technical problem, with engineering solutions that changed in the year 1980 and 1990. As it became clear that municipalities couldn't successfully collect and remove waste without active cooperation from the service users. City also learned that technologies depend on institutional governance and policy frameworks, which are both highly varied and complex and directly related to local conditions. There is now broad international consensus for what has come to known as Integrated Sustainable Waste Management Framework, which is shown in the figure now. It is a system approach which recognizes three important dimensions, which all need to be addressed when developing or changing a solid waste management system. The dimension, as shown in the figure, corresponds to 3 questions. The first question, the stakeholders, who the people who are organized or the organization with a stake or interest in solid waste management who need to be involved. The second one is the elements. As we see here, this is the element in the figure, which is the technical components of a waste management system. By another way, or by a question, we can say a question, what need to be done? The third is the aspects which need to be considered as part of the sustainable solution. This part of the figure. By another way, we can say how to achieve the desired results. Let us go through each element quickly. For stakeholders, the first part in the figure, stakeholders, the main recognized stakeholders include the local authority. Other case stakeholders include the waste generator, the user of the waste management service provided by the city, including households, offices, business, hotels and restaurants, institutions such as hospitals, schools, and government facilities such as airport or the post offices. About the element, which is the second part of our figure, there are which are the technical components of a waste management system. Part of the purpose of using this framework is to show that these technical components are part of the overall picture, not all of it. In the figure shown, the boxes in the top row are related to removal and safe disposal, and the bottom row of the box related to valorization of commitments. Solid waste management consists of a variety of activities, including reduction, reuse, recycling, and compositing, operated by a variety of stakeholders at various scales. About aspects, which is the third part in our figure, for a waste management system to be sustainable, it is needed to consider all of the operational, financial, social, institutional, political, legal, and environmental aspects. These form the third dimension in our figure. The aspects provide a series of analytical lenses which can be used, for example, for assessing the situation, determining feasibility, in the identifying priorities, or setting adequacy criteria. About the word integrated here, its name, integrated sustainable waste management. The integrated in the frame refers to the linkage and interdependency between the various activities, which is elements, stakeholders, and aspects. Moreover, it suggests that technical, but also legal, institutional, and economic linkage are necessary to enable the overall system to function. There is important points to make this framework work successfully. In low and middle income countries, there are often a variety of formal and informal, public and private systems already operating. So the basic for a stable mixed system is already in place. What most low and middle income cities miss is organization, especially a clear and functioning institutional framework, a sustainable financial system, and a clear process for pushing the modernization agenda and improving the system's performance. As long as there is no umbrella framework, the mixture remains a cluster of separate parts that don't function well together or at all. This is a very important thing to make it work successfully. We can see here the waste management hierarchy. Nowadays, environmental policy is generally founded on the principle of the waste management hierarchy. The general principle of the hierarchy is to move waste management up the hierarchy towards reduction, reuse, and recycle nearer to the top, diverting waste away from disposal. We can do this by steps. Step 1, focus on operational control of the site by organizing the receiving function, diving the sites into cells, compacting, decovering the waste, and restricting access so there is a fence and a gate. Step number 2, we have to focus more on a constraint, restricting the migration of contamination substance from the landfill site. Step number 3, we have to establish detailed engineering standards. Step number 4, now we have to move beyond the landfill itself, diverting wastes up the hierarchy and restricting the range of wastes that can be largely landfilled. Now we can conclude the suggested case solutions for solid waste management in any country. Number 1, waste management involves a large number of different stakeholders with different fields of interest. They all play a role in shaping the system of a city, but often it is seen only as a responsibility of the local authorities. In the best of the cases, the citizens are considered co-responsible together with the municipality. Detailed understandings of who the stakeholders are and the responsibilities they have in the structure are important steps in order to establish an efficient and effective system. Solution number 2, solid waste management is a multidimensional issue. Municipalities in general seek for equipment and paths to find solutions to the diversity of problems they face. An effective system is not only based on technological solutions, but also environmental, social, cultural, legal, institutional, and economic linkage that should be present to enable the overall system to function. Solution number 3, solid waste services have a cost as any other services provided, but in general, these costs are not recovered. Resources are required with the objective of having skilled personnel, appropriate equipment, right infrastructure, proper maintenance and operation. The financial support of the central government, the interest of the municipal leaders in waste management issues, the participation of the service users and the proper administration of the funds are essentially for a sustainable system. Finally, step number 4 or solution number 4, fundamental is to produce reliable data and to create proper information channels within and between municipalities. Decision makers responsible for planning and policy making need to be well informed about the situation of the cities in order to make positive changes, developing integrated waste management strategies adapted to the needs of the countries, considering their ability to pay for the service. Finally, which is an important point, universities, research centers, and centers of excellence have a very important role in preparing professionals and technicians in environmental fields, including waste management. Some developing countries have already seen the positive effects of investing in education and research by having cleaner citizen or countries, citizens assuming their responsibilities and the higher status of solid waste workers. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nayara, for the great presentation. Are there any questions? She explained about green economy and sustainable development. How the waste management hierarchy, how we reduce, how we reuse, recycle, recover, and disposal. And the last, she explained about suggested case solution. Are there any questions?
Thank you. What is the question, please?
Yes.
What is the question, please?
I think the question for your presentation, Mrs. Nayara.
Thank you very much.
The presentation is very clear.
Thank you very much.
So, if there are any questions, I wait for the certificate for Mr. Inayat and Mrs. Nayara.
Niyara.
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 Yeah,
sorry.
It's a difficult name.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can close your share presentation, Mrs. Niara.
Thank you so much.
Can you stop your screen, share screen?
Yeah. Stop now. Okay.
This is certificate for Mr. Inayat Taufik as recognition as contribution and as keynote speaker in this World Conference. And then once more for the steering committee and advisory board. The next for Mrs. Neara Radwan. This is your certificate as a keynote speaker for this event.
Hello. Ganti titik.
And this is your certificate for steering committee and advisory board. Thank you, Professor Neyara.
Thank you very much.
Okay, for the next presenter is Mrs. Linda Chandrawati. Mrs. Linda Chandrawati, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Intan.
She is a Senior Vice President, Environment Sustainability Governance from PT Bank Sentral Asia, BCA-Tbk. Please start your presentation.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay.
You have 10 until 15 minutes for presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon to the Honorable Committee and invited guests of the World Conference event organized by Narottama University, Surabaya. Thank you for the opportunity given to BCA. Let me introduce myself. I am Linda Chandrawati as a Senior VP of ESG BCA. And today, I will share about BCA sustainability story. BCA sustainability journey began in 2015, where in 2015 up to 2017, we joined Indonesia first movers on sustainable finance. For the 2 years, we did many things, including improvement of the organizational competence and capability in managing ESG in business decision, increasing portion of sustainable financing, and also we published our first sustainability report based on GRI reporting standard. In 2018, we responded to our regulators, OJK, or our regulators in finance regarding to the regulation number 51/2017 related to the sustainable finance policy. We developed our 5-year sustainable finance action plan from 2019 to 2023, and we made further progress in 2019. We made a special unit ESG to be an enabler and collaborator of the sustainable finance in the company. We published our sustainable finance vision, mission, and also sustainable finance values. And this is the first time our sustainability report assured by independent assurer in 2019. Next, we move. In 2020, we focus on each of our ESG aspects and improving the implementation of our ESG practices. On the environmental side, we publish our credit exclusion list. In social aspect, we ask our vendor for their compliance and commitment. On the social aspects such as no child labor, no forced labor, and the implementation of occupational health and safety. In the governance, we develop e-learning on sustainable finance and also good corporate governance. And last year, in 2021, we continue our initiative in the environment aspect, we publish our environmental policy, and also we publish community development policy as well as human rights policy. Next, our commitment to implementing the ESG is realized by establishing a special ESG unit under the Director of Finance and Planning. This ESG unit has a role in building a culture of sustainability within the company. In addition, BCA has also established sustainable finance vision and mission. Our sustainable finance vision is to be the bank of choice and a major pillar of the Indonesian economy that aligns with Indonesia's sustainable development. Our sustainable finance mission is to align all our corporate activities with the principle of sustainable finance. BCA's strategy in implementing the ESG refers to the following sustainability governance framework, where BCA supports 17 SDGs in its activities with 9 focus SDGs in line with the bank's strategies. The 9 main focus SDGs are including health, education, gender equality, clean energy, economic growth, innovation, reduce inequality, climate action, and strong institution. The 9 SDGs are integrated into 3 sustainability pillars, namely responsible banking pillar, and then sustainability culture pillar, and social value creation pillar, all of which are intended to achieve our sustainable finance priority. As a financial institution, of course, BCA will support the Indonesian government in financing 12 ESG-oriented line of business, such as renewable energy, sustainable resources, land use, and also sustainable transportation. The 12 ESG-oriented line of business can be seen in the screen. And we also committed not to provide financing to business activities that are not in accordance with the spirit of ESG, such as illegal logging, forced labor, child exploitation, human rights violation, and others negative lists that can be seen on the screen. In addition, in financing the essential industry sector, which has the potential ESG risks, we will ask for environmental impact analysis, and we pay attention to the company performance rating in the environmental management, and we will be guided by the sectoral financing policy that we issue. We implement our environmental initiative in providing product and services to customers, as well as in our daily operational activities. BCA digital banking solution products such as online opening account, merchant apps, and so on, and also our digital workplace initiative that we run in our daily operation resulted in cutting paper use and reducing the vehicle fuel emissions. Our BCA Foresta buildings has succeeded in obtaining Green Platinum certification from the Green Building Council Indonesia, and we implement environmentally friendly building feature gradually to save energy use for our building. Our biodiversity conservation activities collaboration with the Borneo Orangutan Survival Foundation for Orangutan Release in Kalimantan. We also collaborate with WWF Indonesia for mangrove planting in Ujung Kulon National Park. We also collaborate with Banyuwangi Sea Turtle Foundation for turtle rescue. Our social initiatives are realized in our CSR program of Bhakti BCA, which has a vision of participation in developing the country through the programs that are in line with SDGs and sustainable finance. The 3 main CSR initiatives includes, the first one is excellent business pillars. There are 12 tourist villages that we foster in order to create a community that is able to grow and to achieve progress independently. The second pillar is to improve the quality and competitiveness of Indonesian human resources, especially the younger generation. And the third pillar is to improve community welfare in the fields of environment, health, culture, and empathy programs. In this slide, we show our 2021 ESG initiative, performance, as well as some of the achievement. Sustainable financing grew positively last year, recording a portfolio of 154.4 trillion rupiah, which is increased 20.9% year-on-year, and this contributed to 24.8% of our total loans. We collaborate with fintech such as iGrow, Communal, and Modal Rakyat to expand our financing outreach, amounting 60 billion disbursed in 2021. We also promote the widespread use of QR's usage to promote the financial inclusion. And last year, we organized MSME Festival, which was attended by 1,700 MSME with 18,000 signature product displayed and also attended by more than 372,000 visitors. On the environmental aspect, as we shown here, our BCA building awarded a Platinum Greenship certificate by the Green Building Council Indonesia. BCA also pay attention to the waste from our operational activities, such as our EDC machine waste, our card waste, and our non-organic waste. So we recycle again our unused EDC machine waste, which 4.4 tons recycled by our authorized partner and only 5% components disposed to the landfill. And for the card waste, for 2021, we migrate from the magnetic stripe to the chip-based card. So nearly 1 ton of card recycled into paving blocks to be used in BCA building. And there is no components disposed to the landfill. For the preservation of biodiversity, BCA conserve mangrove tree in the land area of 12 hectares with 14,700 trees. And we also rehabilitate a critical land in orangutan conservation area of 10 hectares with 4,000 trees. On the social aspect, as we know, the pandemic COVID-19, we support the government in tackling the spread of COVID-19 by organizing 70 vaccination centers. We vaccinate more than 98.5% of our employees. We donated more than 238,000 doses of vaccination, and we give COVID-19 assistance amounted 37.1 billion rupiah. We also conducted financial literacy for students and for society, more than 20,000 participation. And as we see here on the right side for our initiative, we have been carried out. BCA received many good reviews from several international and national rating agencies such as Morgan Stanley Capital Index, FTSE, IDX, and also Sri Kehati. And moving forward, BCA will continue to expand its digital innovation, ecosystem, and collaboration, as well as growing its sustainable finance portfolio as our commitment to move toward a low carbon economy and to contribute to national sustainable economic growth. That's all my presentation. Thank you, Ms. Intan.
Thank you, Mrs. Linda. That's a very great presentation about BCA's sustainability story from 2015 until 2021. BCA always supports sustainability governance framework and about financing 12 ESG-oriented line of business. Are there any questions for Mrs. Linda from participants?
Yes, I would like to ask
Yes,
the
please.
moderator.
Yes, please.
Ibu Linda, okay, I'm Joko Siono from Narotama. I am also from the industry. From your presentation, I see that the BCA doesn't want to give the credit or give the loan to the industry, and the industry proper report is red. Yeah, I see it's red like this. Mostly it's red. Yeah. So is there any policy? Suppose the company proper report is red. Is there any policy for the PCA? Suppose the director make the statement that we will make better for the proper report and like this. Any policy for this?
Yeah, thank you very much. For now, we expect minimum proper rating on the blue color, yeah, on the blue.
On the blue color, yeah, basically
yeah.
blue color.
Yeah, blue color.
Yeah,
So
after
the
blue,
red
after
is
blue,
not
green and
acceptable.
gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
So
red.
the red color is not acceptable at the moment.
Although if the director make a promise that we will make it the proper report is better, become blue or green like this, still not acceptable.
Yeah, of course, we need some commitment from the debtors. Yeah, what is their plan, and also the decision will be made by the higher committee, our credit committee. Yeah, for this decision, we cannot let the president director to make the decision alone.
Okay, one more question. As we know that the audit of the proper in Indonesia are not for all the industry, for the company. Some industry still not audited by the BLH or Badan Lingkungan Hidup for the proper. How to know that if the industry doesn't have the proper audit? And then what is the classification for the environment for the PCA?
Yeah. For now, for the environmental aspect, we still implement for special segment of credit, yeah, mostly for our corporate sector. Yeah, for corporate sector, and if we see that the industry have potential of ESG risk, then we will ask the MDAL and also the proper.
Okay, thank you. It's enough for me.
Thank you for the good question from Joko Suyono. I think enough one question. Thank you for Mrs. Linda. Please wait for the certificate. This is your certificate as the keynote speaker, Mrs. Linda. Thank you for joining this event.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And then once more, certificate for steering committee and advisory board. Thank you, Mrs. Linda.
Thank you so much.
See you next for the next event. Okay. For the next presentation is Mr. Alvin Papatria. Are you join with us, Mr. Alvin Papatria?
Yes, I am.
Yes. He is a finance director from PDAM Surabaya. You can start your presentation, Mr. Alvin. You have 10 until 15 minutes for presentation.
Okay. My presentation is in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for the Narutama University that give me opportunity to join this event. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Alvin Papatria. I'm an Indonesian citizen. I work for PDAM Surabaya. It is the water utility company. Surabaya is the second largest in Indonesia. Yeah, so the location Surabaya is about 800 kilometers eastern of Jakarta. So quite far from Jakarta here. And then today I would like to present about the role of digital economy on water utility for sustainable business. It's about the digital economy. Its main is an economy based on the computing technology. So we have the PDAM journey. For the multi-years process, accelerated by robust infrastructure development has made PDAM more established to stay supplying the quality water demand and underpinning the community economic growth in the future. Foundation has now been in place for further infrastructure development to deliver service excellence, reach a significant number of new customers, supply water for all, and bolster PDAM Surabaya as a leading PDAM in Indonesia.
I'm
Now
sorry,
PDAM,
Alvin.
yeah.
Your slide presentation is not appear.
Yeah, how I can? This is my second presentation actually. I don't know why it happens. Now I'm going in the second slide, ma'am.
It's still not there.
Are you sure? Okay. Do you have the backup, please?
Maybe I can share it for you, Pak Alvin.
Okay, please.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Okay. 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 Thank you, Pak Bimo. And then, okay, would you like to do another slide, please, or this kind of presentation? Okay, I will show with this presentation. So can we go to this slide, second slide, please? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can we go to the second slide, please?
This one?
No. Still okay. Because I can run my presentations.
Do you mean this slide? This one? This page?
Please, second slide.
Second slide, please.
Second slide, please. Next slide.
This one?
No, there's
No,
still
second
first slide, Pak.
Okay. Sorry.
It is still first slide.
Please wait a moment, Mr.
Do you
Alvin.
see the first slide or the second slide?
No, still the first slide. Now we are in the first slide.
Wait a minute, Pak.
Okay. Okay. Would you like to the second slide, please? Yes. Okay. I will introduce you firstly about the PDAM Surabaya. PDAM is a state-owned enterprise established in 1976. So the PDAM journey is now today multi-year process accelerated by robust infrastructure development has made PDAM more established to stay supplying the quality water demand and underpinning the community economic growth in the future. Now, foundation has been in place for further infrastructure development to deliver service excellence, reach a significant number of new customers, supply water for all, and bolster PDAM Surabaya as a leading PDAM in Indonesia. As you know, Indonesia has more or less 400 PDAM. Yeah, it is water utility company in every local government. And the third is PDAM accelerated its business growth through heightened concern in digitalization, higher investment level, simplify and effective business processes, noteworthy dividend contribution to the owner, and in creating the best workplace for the employees. Next slide, please. Okay, now our capacity. Yeah, the PDM today, our production capacity is about 11,000 liters per second, equivalent to 350 million meter cubic per year. It is very high number. Yeah, maybe one of the biggest number here in Indonesia. We have number of customers about close to 600,000, represent of 2.9 million population in Surabaya. Our average tariff, about 3,055 rupiah per meter cubic. Yeah, and the coverage served is 99.4 of Surabaya area, which is around 150 kilometers square. And then non-revenue water, aka water losses. Yeah, our water losses today, and still our homework, it's about close to 30% per year. And the length of pipelines that we have today is about close to 6,000 kilometers. Now we are going to more focusing on the non-revenue water. You see the number about 30%. Yes, next please. Yeah, the 30% means, yeah, our production about 350 million meter cubic. 30% of that about 100 million meter cubic per year. Yeah, it is means water losses. 100 million meter cubic times 3,000 is about 300 billion rupiah. You know the number that, yeah, every year we lost, quote unquote, about 300 billion rupiah per year. This is very big number. So today we are expanding and refurbishing the pipelines, transmission and distribution pipelines. Yeah, we have now our coverage is 99.4, and we have target about 100% service coverage. Target requires pipeline, and then we need the pipelines expansions. The second is pipes are reaching or have passed design life, require refurbishment, about 3,000 kilometers of pipeline. It is very long pipeline. Yeah, and the other side, and RW or water losses, we try to use the digital economy that can predict the potential leak of pipes is urgently needed to reduce the NRW. Next, please. Okay, now this is the challenges of the water utility company. First thing about the population growth. Yeah, Surabaya population is projected to grow to more 3 million people in the next 3 years. Current population is about 2.970 millions, and now PDAM has served about 2.952 millions. So about 99.4%. So really close to 100%. The second challenge is about climate change and water conservation. Increases in temperature and shift in precipitation patterns are significantly impacting water resource management. Second is water conservation is required to manage the natural resource to fresh water to protect hydrosphere. The third challenge is about aging infrastructures. PDAM has more or less about 6,000 kilometers of pipe lengths, where the 50% of the pipes are more than 25 years old. The many pipes are reaching or have passed design life and insufficient. The challenge is insufficient budget is available to meet current replacement needs. So the important thing is knowing when the pipes have reached the end of their life enables targeted replacement and optimizing return on investment. And the fourth is about non-revenue water. This is now we are focusing on here. The current NRW is about 30%. It is quite high and need to reduce progressively. implementation of programs and technology to address this issue is urgently needed. Next. So how the role of digital economy to respond to NRW? There is only four ideas or the way to respond NRW, to reduce NRW. First, about asset management. To ensure assets, data, and performance are collected properly. The second is to ensure all data maintenance and corrective action are recorded and administrative properly. The second is active leakage control. The digital technology for predicting and delivering the information of pipe leaks. This technology involves sensor and artificial intelligence applications. The third is about the pressure management. To measure water pressure in the pipelines. The water pressure in the pipelines will affect the water supply stability and pipe structural integrity. It's really important. And the fourth is speed and quality of repairs. Speed and quality of leak repairing are required to reduce NRW. And we applied this initiative to more deeper, and then we got asset management, or EM. For this time being, asset management is applied in water treatment plants, and next step in this year will be applied to transmission and distribution pipeline as well. The second is about active leak control. The given information by sensor is in the form of data. This is the challenge for us. What we expect is to given information is in the form of prediction, leakage information, overflow, pressure, pipelines condition, and pipe structural integrity. It is really important. So we have the gap. Yeah, we have the gap, get a paint. Yeah, first about shortage of the number of sensor. The second about lack of application, artificial intelligence and machine learning. The fourth is, okay, next please. Next slide, please. Okay, speed and quality repair. Again, we try to reduce the NRW by speed up, yeah, and increase our quality of repair. We need the stakeholders collaboration and using standard and codes to ensure repair quality. And pressure management. Pressure management as a tool to detect and control water pressure at transmission and distribution pipelines. It is really important to make sure all the pressure can be distributed to all Surabaya community. Next, please. So the next is about the utilization machine learning for predicting leakage. We have data collection and clean up from utility data, public data, and proprietary data, and then the data goes to the machine learning to find patterns and relationship. And the final is about the pipe rank. Pipe ranking is to prioritize which one the pipe that need to repair or to refurbish immediately. This is very important, yeah, because we have a limited budget, so we have to go to refurbish our repair to selected pipe. So next, please. So this is the final presentation. The gap between the challenges of digital economy is about alignment, the application technology or technology industry 4.0. Artificial intelligence incorporate with IoT, cloud technology, and big data. Yeah, and then we have three things that we need to develop. Next. It's about how, we have three things that we need to develop immediately. First, about the big data analytic as a foundation to predict and to support decision-making system. The second is we need to develop the artificial intelligence, a machine learning that capable of making integrate pattern for resolving the problems. And the third, we need to develop the IoT and robotic, the technology that make it easy to control and monitor all our activity especially in transmission and distribution pipelines. So this is the final presentation. Thank you for attention. And of course, from here we can discuss further. If any question, please feel free to discuss in this event. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mr. Alvin. It's a good presentation about the role of digital economy on water utility company for sustainability business. Are there any questions for Mr. Alvin Papatria?
Yeah, Bu Intan, I would like to ask to Bapak Alvin.
Yes, please, Mr. Joko Suyono.
Okay, Bapak Alvin, I'm Joko Suyono from Narotama. I would like to ask, because your presentation is very, very nice. When I see your presentation talking about the non-revenue water or NRV is 29.9%. Actually, it is quite big. Yeah, because why I say like this? Because the government regulation is just for the 20%. So I would like to know for the for the water management pressure, do you use SCADA or no?
No, not today.
Also, so you are still now not use the SCADA.
No,
because in Batam use SCADA and the NRW or non-revenue water is just 8% for the Batam like this. So I hope that you can use SCADA. Perhaps it can be better to reduce the NRW for the water. Another thing,
sir. We are working on it. We are working on it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate like this. So, but for the DMA, do you use DMA? I think
Sorry.
For the DMA, do you use
DMA?
DMA?
Yeah.
District meter area.
Well.
District meter area. You use like this.
Yeah.
Okay. I try to because if coverage area, I think it's almost 100%. For the coverage area.
But Pak Joko, it's we should understand the geographies of Surabaya, and if you want to compare between one PDAM to another PDAM, we should the comparison should be apple to apples, right? So looking the situation here today, we have 600,000 customers and spread out in Surabaya about 150 kilometers. Yes, we need SCADA, to control the pressure. The important point of SCADA is to control the pressure. Correct, Mr. Joko?
Okay, thank you. I think it's enough.
Okay,
good answer, Alvin. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Joko Suyono. Thanks for Mr. Alvin Papatria.
Thank you.
It's very good discussion from Mr. Alvin. Okay, I think just enough. One question. Please wait for the certificate.
Okay.
Mr. Alvin Papatria, this is your certificate. Thank you for joining in this event as a steering committee, advisory board, and keynote speaker in this event.
Appreciate that. Appreciate.
So this is the last keynote speaker for today for this session, and then the time for Mrs. Elok Damayanti or Mrs. Ani Wulandari.
Okay, thank you, Miss Intan. Well done. Thank you for helping us to moderate some of our session. And thank you all for the speakers for the first day of this Erasmus seminar. Okay, Miss Alok, I think now we should move on to our parallel session. Yeah, is there any announcements regarding that?
Yes, we have a revision for the schedule of the parallel session. Okay, wait, yeah.
Okay.
Keluarin. Yeah, okay. This is the parallel session presentation. We have 3 rooms. Room 1 means from group A, and then room 2 is group B, and room 3 is group C. As you can see in the room 1, we have Yuniar Eka Pratiwi, Siti Maratus, Ana Francisca Ribeiro da Cruz, Shakila Kiana Nuromah, and then Fitria Wisnu Wardani, and then Agnes Olivia. And then room 2, we have Hafiz Abyananda Hidratno, and then Siti Nur Fatima, Gina Alivea or Riza, and then Aditya Firmansyah, Ratna Juwita Permatananda, and then Dewi Chandra Ayuning Tias. And then room 3, we have Hari Adilaksono, Muhammad Rifki, Emilia Cristiana Baptista Bello, and then Mariana da Costa Pereira, and then Nur Widiawati, and Sumarzen Marzuki, and then the last is Dian Arisanti. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can join the room based on your name on the each room mentioned. Open, Pak. Open. Ya, baik, Tan.
Okay, and I would like to remind that, ladies and gentlemen, we will still have the second day of our Erasmus seminar. So we will see you again tomorrow at the same time with more national and international experts joining us. Okay, now we would like to invite you to join our breakout room for the parallel session.
Yes. Okay. Yang mana? Yang ini kan?
Halo, selamat Pak Iksan. Pak Iksan, gabung saya ke room ketiga, Pak.
Kok bodoh, jalur room yok sih. Room 2, room 1.
Ini ke room ketiga, Pak.
Dia saran.
Halo.
Ya, rumah sama kan?
Oke, thank you, Pak.
Wah, maaf, saya harusnya di room 7.
Assalamualaikum Bapak Iksan. Mohon atas nama Bapak Dr. Sumarsen dipindah di room 3, Pak.
Hah? Mana biasanya lo? Ayo. Buka tak gerung. Buka tak gerung. Goreng ini. Ayo, ayo.
Assalamualaikum, Pak. Maaf. Saya harusnya di room ke-7. Tadi di infonya ke room kedua. Oh, beda.
Silakan bisa kami bantu untuk masuk ke room.
Pak, sorry, saya juga belum masuk ke room 1 nih, masuknya ke room 2. Ini bisa dibantu, Pak?
Silahkan chat ya.
Abda Iza, kamu tuh besok presentasinya, bukan sekarang.
Oh iya Pak Izra.
Silakan yang belum masuk bisa
Siap Pak.
chat.
Untuk yang mercubuana besok ya, paralel
Fitrianis.
sessionnya.
Ya baik Pak, maaf Pak. Ini saya tinggal live aja Pak.
Gimana?
Saya live aja Pak ini.
Silahkan nggak apa-apa kalau mau live. Atau mau live nonton punya orang boleh juga.
Oh, oke.
Mau live juga boleh.
Kasih ya Pak. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Permisi Pak, kalau mau nonton session paralel Pak, gimana cara masuknya Pak?
Langsung gabung ke room aja.
Saya tadi salah masuk, Pak. Ke room 1. Seharusnya saya room 2, Pak.
Namanya siapa?
Hafiz.
Mau ke room berapa, Hafiz?
Kenapa?
Mau pindah ke room berapa?
Saya seharusnya di room 2, Pak.
Oke, terpilih sekarang ya.
Ya.
Ada yang belum masuk, silakan. Silakan bisa chat bagi yang belum masuk ke room.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room of this international conference in the World Conference Erasmus Program Germany Activity 2022. For the operators, can you stop the video, please? Oh, operatornya kan Mbak. Oh, kamu kan. Okay, we will wait for a minute until the operator stop the video screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will close this event, but before that, we will have Bapak Agus Sukoco to give the closing remarks in this evening. To Bapak Agus, I will give you the time.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, we syukur to Allah SWT, thank you Allah SWT that we have finished our program today. Our conference, the first day, World Conference Erasmus Plus Program, MONNET Activity 2022, with topic Information and Communication Technology in the Infrastructure and Transport of EU countries, Green Economy, Blue Economy, and Digital Economy. Friday, 18 February 2022. We have start from 9 AM today. In this time, I will special thanks for our opening MOU signing today. The first is our rector, Dr. Insinyur Siwoho Mujanarko, STMT IPM, Rector Narotama University, and then to Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Setiawan, STMT, Vice Rector Narotama University, Dr. Rusdianto Sesung, SHMH, Dean Faculty of Law, Economic and Education, Narotama University. Thanks to Ibu Tu Artaya, SEMM, Head of Bachelor Management, Narotama University. Dr. Ahmad Konid, EDMA, Rektor University Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya. Also thank to Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ngatino Urip MS, Rektor Universitas Mercubuana UMP Surabaya. Also we give thanks to our moderator today, the first Ani Wulandari SSMM, Head of Aero Narotama University, and then Ibu Elok Damayanti, SEMM, Head of LSP and National Cooperation Narotama University. Also special thank to Dr. Joko Suyono PhD from Narotama University, and then thank to Dr. Nimade Dwi Puspitasari SIMM, Head of Management Study Program University Maha Saraswati Denpasar Bali, and then special thank to Nimade Intan Maulina SPM